Chapter 318. Lai Kong City's mayor, dead. During the early stages of the mayor competition, the three of them focused on training. The brother and sister duo kept fighting, and Yi Xian kept earning a huge amount of wealth. Right now, the mayor competition had reached its climax. Every group had bumped into other groups, and every time they bumped into each other, it would be a fierce fight. Because of this, their wealth was slowly gathering together, and it would enter Yi Xian's pocket. 10 minutes later, the purple light appeared once again. Yi Xian and the other two brothers stopped and looked around. They realized that the purple light was still some distance away from them. Right at this moment, three figures suddenly entered Yi Xian's sensing range. There are three men coming from behind us. One is at the early heavenly core realm, and the other two are at the early heavenly core realm. Yi Xian immediately said. Hearing this, Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing immediately turned around. They had already discussed this beforehand. Under this situation, the early heavenly core warrior would be given to Adjudicator Song, and the one at the early heavenly core realm would be given to Song Suijing. A second later, they heard the footsteps as well. Without hesitation, they charged towards the trio. Bang! Both parties immediately started fighting. Yi Xian, who was following closely behind Song Suijing, glanced at the initial heavenly core warrior. Zheng Shuahai had secretly told him that the initial heavenly core warrior was the city lord of Raging Sky City in the lower three cities, Lu Ming. Now is the Guangjin city lord battle. If this Lu Ming dies here, wouldn't there be another city lord battle held? Or will Lai Kong City be included in the mayor competition this time? Yi Xian was guessing in his mind. Right at this moment, the mayor of Lai Kong City, Lu Ming, recognized Yi Xian and the other two brothers. It's you guys? Lu Ming cried out in surprise. In the next moment, his expression changed, because Song Suijing had already killed two of his subordinates. Adjudicator Song also recognized Lu Ming. He turned around and asked, Yi Xian? Kill. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. All right. Judge Song didn't dare to act rashly and began to crazily attack. So what if he was an early heavenly core warrior? He had killed a lot of them. Damn it, we've always minded our own business, so why do you want to kill me? Lu Ming asked, gritting his teeth. Are you kidding me? If the three of us were at the Earth core realm, would you kill us? Yi Xian asked in return. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Lu Ming shouted. His aura surged, and he actually burned his own Dan essence. Many heavenly core warriors knew how to ignite their core energy. It was a way to save their lives. However, the core essence that was burned could not be recovered. Instead, it had to be recultivated. In other words, after burning one's Jin Dan essence, it was possible for one's cultivation level to drop. Using this, one could gain a temporary boost. Judge Song had just unleashed the 9th slash, so its power wasn't that strong. Besides, Lu Ming was one of the strongest amongst all early heavenly core warriors, that's why it was hard to kill him. After pondering for a moment, Judge Song used his axe to force Lu Ming back and quickly swallowed a great strength pill. In an instant, his strength doubled. Let's fight to our heart's content. Judge Song roared out. In the middle of the battlefield, both men were using all their strength. Yi Xian, who was watching from the sidelines, was also nervous. A battle of this level, he had to be cautious. If the situation wasn't good, he would intervene. But Judge Song didn't disappoint him. He successfully killed Lu Ming and only suffered some light injuries. Lai Sky City Lord, Lu Ming, dead. After Lu Ming died, Yi Xian took a big step forward and took the storage ring. It was really good, it was equivalent to more than 1,000 Devour crystals. However, not long after Lu Ming died, Yang Kai's voice sounded out from the sky. Lai Sky City Lord is dead, Lai Sky City will be the main city for the City Lord battle. This voice entered everyone's ears. Lai Sky City, Guangjin City. As long as they could get the City Lord token, they would become the City Lord of both cities. At this moment, everyone went crazy. Sure enough, I'm afraid they're going to kill until their eyes turn red. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. Hong long long. Just as his voice fell, a loud rumbling sound came from all directions. It seems that they're starting to fight to the death. Song Suijing said slowly after hearing these sounds. Yi Xian, when are you going to compete for the City Lord token? Judge Song asked. It's about time, we'll get the City Lord token and let them come to us one by one. Yi Xian replied. After a while, the purple light of the City Lord token appeared again. Immediately, the three of them rushed in that direction. This time, Yi Xian personally made a move and killed all those people he met. When they landed on the island, there were more than 200 people, but now, in less than an hour, there were only a few dozen people left. The wealth of 200 people was piled up on these people. Even if they couldn't get the City Lord token, some people could still make a lot of money. The City Lord token would light up once every 10 minutes, and it would light up for a minute each time. Yi Xian and the other two men rushed towards the purple light. They had a feeling that this time, the purple light didn't move. Someone must be fighting for it. Sure enough, when they arrived, they saw a few figures fighting at the edge of an underground cave. Damn, all the old city lords of the upper three cities are here. Yi Xian recognized him with a single glance. Right now, the City Lord token was in Chui Feng's hand, and the other two city lords were attacking him together. But there were three masked warriors helping Chui Feng. They were the three monsters of Secluded Mountain who were recruited by Sun Hill City. 6 men were fighting fiercely. It was a spectacular scene, and no one dared to get close to them. Yi Xian knew that there must be a lot of people watching, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yi Xian, what should we do? Judge Song couldn't help but ask. A late Heavenly Core warrior was not someone he could handle. Let them fight for it slowly, we'll go take care of the others. After saying that, Yi Xian took the lead and rushed out. He was ready to find trouble with the others. Just as he expected, there were a lot of people hiding in the woods around this open space. Although they were hiding, Yi Xian could clearly sense them. These people were all killed by Yi Xian with ease. On the other side, the 6 men were still fighting at the edge of the underground cave. Chui Feng was still holding the City Lord token, and loud rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere, even into the underground cave. But right at this moment. Not good, this underground cave is where the Azure Sea Serpent is hiding, let's go. Chui Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly shouted out and rushed towards the woods. The other 2 city lords looked at each other. Their hearts trembled as well, but they still chased after Chui Feng. Suddenly, a huge figure came out from the underground cave. One of the 3 monsters didn't manage to dodge in time, and was grabbed by a huge claw, and instantly exploded. Chapter 319. City Lord's Command, it's a blue sea flood dragon. Someone in the forest cried out in alarm. They paused for a moment and then ran away. Yi Xian, who was in the forest, was also shocked. He had forgotten the name of this island. Death Island. Previously, Yang Kai said that there was a Strength Realm Blue Sea Flood Dragon at the center of Death Island. He also specifically reminded them not to make too much noise at the center of the island. Otherwise, they might wake up the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. There was no doubt that the battle between Chui Feng's group of 6 was too intense and attracted the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. There really is a saint beast. Judge Song was also shocked. Fortunately, the Sea Serpent Dragon was chasing after them with its back facing them. A Strength Realm Saint Beast. Even if the 3 city lords join forces, they won't be able to defeat it, right? Song Suijing looked worried because the city lord's command was in Chui Feng's hands and Chui Feng's group was being chased by the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. However, when Yi Xian saw this scene, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange light. He grabbed Wei Zhentian and said, "Little Tian, turn into a big bird." Wei Zhentian was a little confused. After hearing this, he reluctantly began to collapse and enlarge his body, turning into a large stone statue that could accommodate 3 people and flew into the sky. The previous city lord's battle didn't allow the assistance of Xian beasts, but this time, Yang Kai deliberately removed this restriction, so Yi Xian dared to release Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian, who had just entered the Earth Core realm, wasn't strong enough, but he could still fly. He carried Yi Xian's group of 3 and flew 500 meters up in the air. Along the way, the 3 saw a huge flood dragon chasing after the cultivators. Huh! That flood dragon didn't chase after Cui Feng and went after another person, Song Suijing said in surprise. Good, my chance has come. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he ordered, Little Tian, fly 500 meters higher. The Azure Sea Serpent chased after someone else, while Cui Feng ran in the opposite direction, which happened to be Yi Xian's location. At that moment, Yi Xian directly jumped down. Then, he sped up and landed on the ground in 2 seconds. At the same time, he sensed an uninvited guest within the range of his senses. He quickly chased after him and stood in front of him. Cui Feng, who was holding the City Lord token, was also startled when he saw someone suddenly appear. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, his eyes widened in shock. It's you? Cui Feng shouted in shock. That's right, it's me. Old man, hand over the City Lord's token if you know what's good for you, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Yi Xian cut straight to the point. What a sharp-tongued brat. I didn't look for you, but you came to me yourself. Today, I will avenge the 4 of them. Cui Feng shouted angrily and charged towards Yi Xian with a long sword in hand. TSK, you should count your grandson in, young Master Yang Ling. Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword and sneered. Cui Feng's mind trembled when he heard what Yi Xian said, and his body stopped moving for a brief moment. However, this flaw was exploited by Yi Xian. 8 desolate wind formation. The 8 desolate sword instantly broke apart and attacked Cui Feng from 8 different directions. Not good. Cui Feng's expression changed. He had heard about Yi Xian's ability before this, so he immediately swung his long sword and deflected all the sharp blades. In terms of overall strength, Cui Feng was actually stronger than Cui Linjiang. However, Yi Xian was no longer the same young man who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. He had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. The 8 desolate sword would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. After Yi Xian broke through to the Heavenly Core realm, the 8 desolate wind formation and 8 desolate heavenly quake sword were the same. After just 2 rounds, Cui Feng couldn't hold on any longer. No, this is impossible. Cui Feng shouted out loudly. But the 8 sharp blades didn't show any mercy. They slashed through his body with lightning speed and instantly cut him into pieces. Plop. Cui Feng's head fell onto the floor, and his eyes were wide open. After the head was cut off, the brain wouldn't die immediately, it would still be conscious for a period of time. Therefore, Cui Feng saw his own body being cut into pieces. What was the worst way to die? It wasn't to die without a complete corpse. It was to see his own body being cut into pieces like Cui Feng. Yi Xian walked over to Cui Feng and collected all his storage rings. After that, he poured all the items into his devouring dimension and started devouring them. Not bad, there are 6,000 devouring crystals. This old man has killed quite a lot of people. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction, then he picked up the ordinary-looking token. City Lord token. As long as I hold this token for an hour, I'll be the City Lord of Lai Sky City and Guangjin City. Yi Xian smiled. At this time, Wei Zhentian suddenly descended from the sky. Ah, is this the City Lord token? Song Suijing rushed over and took the token in her hand. Suddenly, the City Lord token emitted a purple light that soared into the sky. It turned out that the 10 minutes were up. Yi Xian, what should we do next? Adjudicator Song couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian directly replied, leave this place and wait for them to deliver themselves to us. Right now, he was the owner of the City Lord token. However, he didn't want to end it so quickly, so he thought of a way. As long as he threw the City Lord token to Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song after half an hour, the time would be refreshed. However, there was a price to pay. What if the purple light attracted the azure sea serpent? Moreover, they still haven't seen Zhang Shuahai and the others. If this continues, they may be in danger. In the end, Yi Xian decided to end this battle for the position of City Lord. He kept the City Lord token in his arms, then led Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song to the edge of the island. During this time, many people came to find them, but they were all killed by Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Well, we'll wait here for now. Wei Zhentian, you watch from above. If the azure sea serpent comes in our direction, inform me. After this matter is settled, you will be rewarded. Yi Xian said. In the sky, Wei Zhentian's eyes lit up, and he quickly rose to the sky to investigate. There were continuous rumbling sounds in the distance, allowing him to accurately find the location of the azure sea serpent. At this time, half an hour had passed since Yi Xian took the City Lord token. In this half an hour, his harvest was much more than before. He estimated that as long as he swallowed 1 or 200 million top-grade crystal stones, he would be able to break through to the small earth core realm. However, at this time, a few heavyweights finally came to find him. When Yi Xian saw their faces, he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that you guys would get it. Chapter 320. It was over. Yi Xian had seen this old man before. He was the city lord of the second-ranked city, Wild Goose City, Suhanhai. As for the two masked men, they were two of the three monsters of Secluded Mountain. Amazing. After seeing two of the three monsters of Secluded Mountain, Yi Xian couldn't help but praise them. The three monsters of Secluded Mountain were recruited by Cui Linjiang, but now, they were standing behind Su Hanhai, which meant they had switched sides. Young man, you've had the City Lord's token for half an hour now, isn't it time for you to hand it over? Su Hanhai squinted his eyes and said. If I hand it over, can you spare our lives? Yi Xian smiled again. Su Hanhai replied coldly, no, I'll at most leave you with a complete corpse. If that's the case, then come and take it yourself. Yi Xian took out the City Lord's token from his chest. You're courting death. When Su Hanhai saw the City Lord's token, he immediately dashed towards it. More than 100 men had come here for this City Lord's token, and even he had nearly died under the claws of the azure sea serpent. If he could obtain this City Lord's token, then his Su family would be able to control 3 main cities. At that point of time, his benefits would be multiplied. Besides, controlling 3 main cities in one family was something that had never happened before in the Zhong province. But, he had chosen the wrong target. Deadly wind formation. A violent wind suddenly appeared. While Su Hanhai was shocked, he was able to block the first round of attacks. But, when the second round arrived, just like Cui Feng, he was cut into countless pieces. The 2 masked men behind him reacted quickly as well. They immediately turned around and ran away. Trying to run? Yi Xian, who was standing on the same spot, narrowed his eyes. Then he unleashed 8 sharp blades and killed the 2 men in an instant. Seeing the 3 men being killed by Yi Xian in an instant, Song Suijing, who was standing behind him, was shocked as well. With your current strength, you should be invincible amongst all divine core warriors, right? Yi Xian put away the 3 men's storage rings and said, but, I'm still far from being able to face that azure sea serpent. He saw the azure sea serpent just now. It was a saint beast at the strength realm. With his current strength, he was no match for it. What? Sea serpent? Sea serpent? Song Suijing immediately panicked when he heard this. Don't worry. After Yi Xian said that, he started to check the contents of the universe ring. He didn't care about anything else and directly swallowed everything inside. Ding, the host's broken 7, heavenly. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he heard the system's notification. What? Song Suijing seemed to have sensed something and carefully sensed it. 7 is, serpent, the broken sea serpent treasure is for black gods god, this, Song Suijue was shocked. 5 seconds ago, Yi Xian had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, but now, 5 seconds later, He had broken through. What kind of freak was this? My method of breaking through is different from yours. Alright, let's wait here for half an hour. Yi Xian said. After that, all they had to do was wait here. Every 10 minutes, the mayor's token would shoot out a purple beam that soared into the sky, leading the others to this location. When these people saw the three young men, they would rush forward without any hesitation. But, all of them were killed by Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song. Just now, when Yi Xian and the other two men were watching from the sky, the Azure Sea Serpent was chasing after a late Heavenly Core warrior, who was also the last mayor of the upper three cities. Perhaps, he was killed by the Azure Sea Serpent's claws. In other words, there were no late Heavenly Core warriors on this island right now. Right now, 50 minutes had passed since Yi Xian took over the mayor's token, and the fifth purple beam had disappeared. I don't think anyone will dare to come here. They all think the mayor's token is in Shui Feng's hands. Song Suijing sat on the edge of the cliff and said while looking at the ocean in front of them. I think so. Yi Xian's mood was heavy. It had been a long time, but he still hadn't seen the 6 men from the Divine Land City. He was afraid that something bad had happened to them. But, he knew that Zheng Shuahai wasn't dead. If not, this would be the battle of the 3 cities. Soon, the 10 minutes had passed. Then, Yang Kai's voice sounded out from the sky. The battle of the city lord's token is over. After hearing this voice, the remaining people on the island all smiled. Yi Xian raised his head and saw the blue moon bird slowly descending. He knew that the blue moon bird had always been above his head. After all, Yang Kai had to follow the mayor's token. Congratulations. Yang Kai stood on the blue moon bird's head and cupped his fist towards Yi Xian. Thank you, City Lord Yang. Yi Xian returned the gesture. After that, the 3 of them jumped onto the blue moon bird. Yang Kai rode on the blue moon bird and circled around the island, picking up everyone. The city lord of the Divine Land City, Zheng Shuahai, wasn't dead, and so was his son, Zheng Yu. Their harvest this time was pretty good, and Zheng Shuahai had even broken through to the late Heavenly Core realm. But, the other 3 men were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had met with some mishap. In this battle of the city lord's token, a lot of people had died. Originally, there were more than 200 men, but now, there were less than 30 left. But, those who were left had a lot of harvests as well. Strange, what happened to Cui Feng and the other 2 men and the Azure Sea Flood Dragon? Someone asked curiously. They must have been killed by the Azure Sea Flood Dragon. That Azure Sea Flood Dragon is gone too. Could it have returned to the underground cave? That's too scary. The Saint Beast is too strong. It killed one of the 3 monsters of Yu Mountain with just a claw. Luckily, it wasn't that fast, or else we would have been killed by half. The survivors were secretly rejoicing. Oh right, who got the city lord's token in the end? Finally, someone remembered this matter. At this moment, Yang Kai turned around and said, Yi Xian, from now on, you are the city lord of Guangjin City and Lai Sky City. When everyone heard this, they followed his gaze and looked at Yi Xian. What, he is the new city lord? He's so young, how did he get the city lord's token? Did he get lucky? Shu, the 2 men next to him are both Heavenly Core warriors, even City Lord Yang's son, Yang Chen, who is the leader of the Central State's 4 young masters. I think he's even stronger than them. So what? Does this mean that they know how to manage such a big territory? Hearing these people's discussion, Yi Xian smiled lightly and said, Thank you, City Lord Yang. Alright, there's no one here, let's go back. Yang Kai said and prepared to send Yi Xian and the others back to the first main city. However, right at this moment. City Lord Yang, please wait. Yi Xian suddenly called out. What's wrong? Chapter 321. Challenging a Saint Beast alone, City Lord Yang, can I ask the blue moon bird to fly to the center of the island? I have some matters to attend to, Yi Xian replied. As soon as he said this, Song Suijing immediately cried out in alarm, Yi Xian, you, on the side. Adjudicator Song also reacted and his complexion changed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Trust me, Yi Xian comforted. Although he said so, Song Suijing still looked at him with a worried expression. Yang Kai paused for a moment. He felt that something was wrong, and he had a guess in his heart. This little brat, could it be? Yang Kai thought to himself, then nodded, all right. Immediately, he ordered the blue moon bird to fly to the center of the island. After a while, they arrived above the cave. Is this the flood dragon's lair? A group of people poked their heads out of the cave. Senior Yang, please wait a moment. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly jumped down from a height of several hundred meters. Moreover, he jumped into the catacombs. Everyone was frightened, but in the next moment, they saw a pair of wings condense on Yi Xian's back. Let me see how powerful your saint beast is. Yi Xian was still falling. He directly took out the Bahuang sword and aimed it at the dark cavern to attack. Boom! 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 The sword slammed into the cave's stone walls, knocking down countless of them. The group of people on the back of the blue moon bird were shocked. What is this brat doing? Is he trying to lure the sea flood dragon out? No, he's going to challenge the sea flood dragon alone. He's courting death. Even the old city lord of the original city was killed by the sea flood dragon. What is he going to do? Everyone cast a strange look at Yi Xian. As far as they were concerned, Yi Xian was courting death. On the other side, Song Suijing and the others held their breaths and watched with worried expressions. Was it really possible for a divine core warrior to challenge a strength realm saint beast? At this moment, a huge fellow quickly crawled out of the catacombs. It was the Azure Sea Dragon. The sea serpent dragon was enormous. It was at least 100 meters long from head to tail. Its body was covered with a layer of dark blue scales, and each scale was bigger than Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the sea flood dragon and quickly retreated a few steps. He held the 8 desolate sword in one hand and looked at the sea flood dragon vigilantly. Sure, this brat wants to challenge the sea flood dragon alone. Everyone on the back of the blue moon bird was shocked. Kai Yang also watched with a dignified expression. He was already prepared to take action. Roar! The Azure Sea Flood Dragon crawled out of the cave and roared at Yi Xian. The surging waves of air blew away a large portion of the forest behind Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the Sea Flood Dragon suddenly turned around and looked into Yang Kai's eyes. It had a feeling that Yi Xian was nothing to worry about, but there was an extremely powerful aura in the air. However, when Yi Xian faced the Sea Flood Dragon, the 10,000 beasts' bloodline in his body started boiling. What a powerful pressure. If there was an Earth Core warrior here, I'm afraid he would be unable to move at all. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, he really wanted to see how strong this Sea Flood Dragon was, because he needed a portion of dragon blood. Dragon blood. That's right, dragon blood. When he was in the Great Tang Dynasty, he broke through to the mortal core realm, and at the same time, he upgraded his bloodline to a high rank. After breaking through to the heavenly core realm, he discovered a problem. In order to upgrade his 10,000 beasts bloodline to a beast king bloodline, he didn't need a huge amount of blood essence, he needed 3 portions of dragon blood. Although the flood dragon had the word dragon in its name, Yi Xian didn't know if the flood dragon's blood counted as dragon blood. Therefore, he wanted to find out. If the flood dragon's blood counted as dragon blood, then he would be able to upgrade his 10,000 beasts bloodline to a beast king bloodline as soon as possible. Roar! The sea flood dragon let out a loud roar as it dashed towards Yi Xian. It stretched out its front claw, trying to crush Yi Xian. Although the strength realm holy beasts were very strong, Yi Xian had seen the speed of the Azure Sea Flood Dragon just now. He estimated that after breaking through to the minor heavenly core realm, he should be able to dodge this attack. I'm definitely not its match in terms of strength. That's why I can only rely on my speed. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he moved his body and dodged the claw attack. After that, he arrived below the Sea Flood Dragon's abdomen. 8 desolate wind-killing formation, heavenly charge. The 8 desolate sword instantly broke apart and formed into a sharp cone, then it drilled towards the top of the sea flood dragon's head. Crack. There weren't any scales on the sea flood dragon's abdomen, but even so, Yi Xian's heavenly charge had no effect. As expected of a saint beast, Yi Xian thought to himself. Once again, he unleashed the heavenly charge and attacked the same spot. The sea flood dragon felt an itch in its abdomen, so it immediately turned around and grabbed Yi Xian with its claw. Swoosh! Yi Xian was extremely fast. His claw once again grabbed onto the sea flood dragon's afterimage. 8 desolate wind-killing formation, heavenly charge. Yi Xian once again unleashed his most powerful attack. After unleashing the heavenly charge 3 times, he still couldn't break through the sea flood dragon's defense. As for the Dan essence within Yi Xian's body, it was almost exhausted. He quickly swallowed a pill, and his core energy was instantly restored to its peak condition. After that, he continued attacking the sea flood dragon's abdomen. Right at this moment, those men on the back of the azure bird were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. They thought Yi Xian was just courting death, but they never expected that Yi Xian actually had the ability to fight a saint beast. The sea flood dragon was holding the life of a late heavenly core warrior. But, when they saw that bewildered expression on the sea flood dragon's face, they didn't know what to say. They just watched quietly. This guy's speed, although it can't compare to the physical strength realm, it has already surpassed any ordinary late heavenly core warrior. If he breaks through to the physical strength realm, then, Yang Kai was also thinking in his mind. Suddenly, there was a huge commotion below them. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and looked up, then he realized that the sea flood dragon had gone crazy. Yi Xian had been hiding under its abdomen and attacking it, and since it couldn't catch him, it was flying around in anger. TSK, luckily I have that 10% increase in movement speed, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to keep up with you. Yi Xian, who was underneath the sea flood dragon, murmured to himself. But, from the beginning until now, he had used the heavenly charge more than 10 times, and he was attacking the same spot. Even so, he still couldn't break through the sea flood dragon's skin. Looks like I have to wait until I break through to the late heavenly core realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. His current cultivation level was still too low, and if he broke through again, not only would his core energy increase, his 8 desolate sword and 2 other trump cards would also increase. Chapter 322. The City Lord, Yi Xian. Forget it, I'll forget about it this time. I'll come back after I break through. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to forget about it. Then, he escaped from the azure sea serpent's tail like a bolt of lightning and leaped into the cave. He instantly condensed a pair of wings and flew into the cave. The azure sea serpent paused for a moment before it began to chase around the cave. When Yang Kai saw this from above, he also ordered the blue moon bird to descend and catch Yi Xian. Roar. The azure sea serpent let out a roar. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human's. If it could speak, it would probably curse all 18 generations of Yi Xian's ancestors. Are you King toying with me? Yang Kai, who was standing on the back of the blue moon bird, exchanged a glance with the azure sea serpent, then ordered the blue moon bird to rise again. The azure sea serpent stared at them, wishing it could grow a pair of wings and chase after them. The blue moon bird rose into the sky and flew toward the heavenly water continent. After Yi Xian returned to the blue moon bird's back, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Kai was there. Otherwise, the azure sea serpent would have chased him all over the streets. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly, Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but say. Yi Xian heard this and grinned. More than half a month ago, he almost died at Cui Linjiang's hands. However, more than half a month later, he could actually fight against a saint beast-level azure sea serpent. This was truly shocking. At this moment, he also felt the expressions of the people on the back of the blue moon bird. Almost all of them were looking at him as if he was a monster. Yi Xian, you're too amazing. Song Suijing threw herself into Yi Xian's arms in front of so many people. Her little face was full of pride. She was showing everyone that she was Yi Xian's woman. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head. That azure sea flood dragon was full of treasures. Dragon tendons were one of the materials for crafting heaven artifact bows and arrows. Dragon meat could increase a martial artist's physical strength. If dragon bones could be ground into powder, they could also be used as an alchemy material. In addition, there was also dragon skin, dragon claws, dragon whip, and so on. However, Yi Xian had made up his mind. He would kill this sea serpent dragon after breaking through. Although Kai Yang was surprised by Yi Xian's strength, for some reason, he didn't ask too much. Soon, the blue moon bird returned to the heavenly water continent and flew back to the first main city. Many forces had gathered in the first main city. They were all waiting for the arrival of the new city lord. They were all here to make connections. The blue moon bird slowly descended, and before it even touched the ground, someone asked loudly, "City Lord Yang, who became the city lord of Guangjin City this time?" "That's right, who obtained the city lord token?" "Is it Yang Ling City's city lord Chui?" Kai Yang stood on the head of the blue moon bird and turned to look at Yi Xian. The latter also understood and came forward. Then, Kai Yang replied, "He is the new city lord of Guangjin City. At the same time, he is also the new city lord of Lai Sky City because the city lord of Lai Sky City, Lu Ming, died in the city lord battle." What? When these words spread, all the 1,000 people here were shocked. Chui Linjiang was also among them. When he didn't find his father on the back of the blue moon bird, his heart trembled. If he didn't come back, it meant that he died in the city lord battle. Impossible, my father is stronger than me. How could he be taken away by this little brat and even die? Chui Linjiang couldn't believe it. City Lord Yang, what about the 3 city lords? What about the others? Someone asked again. Kai Yang replied silently, "They are all dead. Those who didn't come back all died over there." Hong. This answer left Chui Linjiang completely dumbfounded. Sure enough, my father has died. This time, the city lord battle was personally chosen by the first city lord, which is the Island of Death. Before the battle began, I gave them 2 chances to forfeit, but they didn't cherish it. Kai Yang shook his head. Impossible, my father can't have died, a middle-aged man jumped out. He was the city lord of Fallen Goose City, Su Hanhai's son. Kai Yang's face sank and a flying dragon condensed in an instant. He shouted, "So, are you questioning my words?" When the middle-aged man saw the flying dragon, he forced himself to swallow his words and hurriedly cupped his fists. "City Lord Yang, I'm sorry, Without waiting for him to speak, Yang Kai continued, "All right, that's all for the city lord battle. From now on, Yi Xian will be the city lord of Guangjin City and Lai Sky City." The city lord of the 2 main cities was the same person. This had happened before in the history of the central state. However, this was the first time such a young city lord had ever happened. No one had high hopes for Yi Xian, but, since Yi Xian was able to stand out from over 200 heavenly core warriors, he definitely had the strength. After that, Kai Yang left. After that, all the family representatives from all over the central state came up to Yi Xian and gave him gifts, trying to establish a good relationship with him. Yi Xian hated these gifts the most, but surprisingly, Song Suijing liked them very much, so she was the one to receive the gifts. As for Chui Linjiang and the other 2 city lords, they left angrily. Chui Linjiang glared at Yi Xian with hatred. He had a few guesses before this, but he never thought it would be Yi Xian who took the city lord position. This meant that he couldn't attack Yi Xian. This matter had come to an end. Yi Xian had taken over Guangjin City and Lai Sky City, therefore, he had to go to these 2 cities and take over the city lord's mansion. Of course, before that, he gave Kai Yang a list of names. There were only 2 names on the list, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. From now on, the 3 city lords of the upper 3 cities couldn't attack Yi Xian and the other 2. This was the rule set by the first city lord. If anyone violated this rule, they would be killed. Before leaving, Kai Yang gave Yi Xian a heavenly core mount, allowing him to travel to Guangjin City quickly. After the city lord of Guangjin City died, Kaiyang sent a group of strong warriors to occupy the city lord's mansion. When Yi Xian jumped down from the mount, an old man immediately came up to him. "Greeting, city lord, I am the pavilion master of Guangjin City's myriad pavilion, Songheng. All those unrelated to this matter have been driven out of the city lord's mansion," the old man said directly. Wow, the news spread really fast. Song Suijing, who was standing behind Yi Xian, was surprised. "You must be from the city lord's mansion." "Hee, my myriad pavilion has a special communication method, that's why we were able to receive news so quickly," Song Heng said with a smile. In fact, Yi Xian didn't really want to be the city lord, he was only pulled over by Zheng Shuahai and the others. Originally, Zheng Shuahai thought they would be fighting for power, so he negotiated with Yi Xian to split it 50-50ths. But after going to Death Island, Zheng Shuahai completely forgot about it. Chapter 323. Fall. After becoming the city lord, I can purchase forging and alchemy materials without restraint. I can also purchase them from other cities. No wonder there are so many people vying for the position of city lord. Yi Xian thought for a moment before following Song Heng in. Song Heng acted as the steward for the time being. He first brought Yi Xian and the other two to a hidden place in the city lord's mansion. According to him, Yi Xian and the other two knew that this was the treasury of the city lord's mansion. After the city lord of Guangjin City died, we immediately received orders to occupy the city lord's mansion. Therefore, everything in this treasury is still here, Song Heng explained. Although it was called a treasury, it was actually just a small room with more than 10 interspatial rings inside. Yi Xian checked the interspatial rings and poured everything into the devouring space. Not bad, not bad. Altogether, there are 50 million top-grade crystals. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't ask for too much. After all, this was only Guangjin City and not Sun Hill City. Yi Xian, now that you are the city lord, how are you going to manage it? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian was stumped by this question. He loved to be a hands-off boss. Brother, are you interested? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head with a smile. You want me to be the vice city lord? Forget it, I'm not interested. Judge Song shook his head. In that case, we can only return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion and ask for help, Yi Xian said helplessly. At this time, Song Heng suddenly said, City Lord, I can take care of it for a while. Okay, then help me collect some things, Yi Xian said and took out a pen and paper to write a lot of names. Then, he handed it to Song Heng and said, send this to all the major cities. I have also written down the price. Take as much as you can. First, take 50 million top-grade crystals. Although Song Heng was surprised, he didn't ask and left directly. After that, Yi Xian brought Song Suijing and adjudicator Song to Lai Kong City. He wondered how many materials he would be able to purchase from the territories of the two main cities. After settling things in Lai Sky City, Yi Xian returned to Guangjin City. He had already sent people to the Soaring Sky Mansion to invite some of his senior and junior brothers who were good at management back. As for Song Suijing and Judge Song, they continued to cultivate. They originally thought that they would be able to close the gap between them and Yi Xian, but they didn't expect that the gap was still so far. Therefore, after taking a few Xian beast cores, they began to cultivate. I wonder, when they come out from their secluded cultivation, will they be at the initial heavenly core realm, or the profound heavenly core realm? However, just as they began their closed-door cultivation, in the city lord's mansion of Yangling City in the central state. Damn it, even father has fallen, how is that kid still alive? The city lord of Sun Hill City, Cui Linjiang, was cursing loudly in his own residence. Just now, he had gone to the Myriad Pavilion to investigate, and he found out that his father was really dead, and so was his son. But, when he tried to find out who killed Shui Feng and young master Yangling, he found out that he would need an astronomical amount of supreme-grade crystals to find out. That was why he was so angry. After pondering for a while in his residence, he went out again. This time, he went to the Myriad Pavilion again. He went straight to the pavilion master of Yangling City's Myriad Pavilion and entrusted him with a task. City Lord Chui, are you sure you want to entrust me with the task of destroying the Soaring Sky Mansion? The pavilion master of Yangling City's Myriad Pavilion asked in surprise. Yes, how much do you need? Chui Linjiang nodded his head. I'll have to ask my superiors. After saying that, the pavilion master of Yangling City's Myriad Pavilion left. Not long after that, he came back and reported a number. 1 trillion supreme grade crystals. This number almost scared Chui Linjiang to death. 1 trillion supreme grade crystals. What a joke. As the city lord of Yangling City, one of the upper 3 cities, Chui Linjiang only had a little over 100 million supreme grade crystals. But, to destroy the Soaring Sky Mansion, he needed 1 trillion. Are you kidding me? That Yi Xian is the city lord of 2 main cities, but the Soaring Sky Mansion doesn't even have a single heavenly core warrior. Are you sure you're not wrong? Chui Linjiang asked in surprise. Previously, there were 4 early heavenly core warriors in the Yangling City's mayor's mansion, but all of them died in the heavenly Yuan sect. 3 of them were killed by Yi Xian himself. After that, he spent a huge amount of money to hire the 3 monsters of Secluded Mountain, but they all died on the Island of Death. After hearing about this, all the heavenly core warriors in his mansion left right away. That was why he didn't have anyone he could use right now. The price was given by my superiors, even I don't know why it's so high. But, I can give you a friendly reminder, the Supreme Elder and Sect Chief of the Soaring Sky Mansion have both broken through to the early heavenly core realm. The pavilion master of Yangling City's Myriad Pavilion said. They're just early heavenly core warriors. Chui Linjiang let out a cold snort. He didn't put them in his eyes, then he stood up and left. Since the Myriad Pavilion didn't want to do anything, then he would do it himself. After returning to the mayor's mansion, he summoned his rock and flew towards the Soaring Sky Mansion. He couldn't let this go. If he didn't get his revenge, he might even have an inner demon in his heart. Revenge. I want revenge. A few days later, he flew back to the Soaring Sky Mansion from Yangling City. It was nighttime. Chui Linjiang stood on the back of the rock and looked down at the brightly lit Soaring Sky Mansion. He was filled with anger. But, just as he was about to dive down and slaughter everyone in the Soaring Sky Mansion, he suddenly saw a figure flying up into the sky. What? Chui Linjiang was startled. He squinted his eyes and looked up. He found that there was indeed a figure about 100 meters in front of him. Could it be a profound beast? He made a guess in his mind, then he immediately unleashed a slash towards the figure in front of him. But, who would have thought that this slash, which was powerful enough to kill a heavenly core warrior, would suddenly deviate from its path and slash towards the left? But, the bright light from his core energy allowed him to clearly see what that figure was. A human? How could it be a human? Chui Linjiang was shocked. He saw that the figure in front of him was actually a human. Furthermore, it was a woman, a white-haired woman. In the next moment, he saw a white light flash in front of him. After that, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. Chui Linjiang's head was separated from his body, and his body fell onto the back of the rock. The rock let out a shrill cry and ran away in a panic. When Chui Linjiang's consciousness was fading away, there was still a question in his mind: who is this white-haired woman? At the same time, when Chui Linjiang died, the Myriad Pavilion Master in Yangling City also received a message. After he finished reading the message, his entire body went limp on the ground. Chapter 324. Instant Kill. The pavilion chief of the Myriad Pavilion personally sent a message. It must be something very important. The message stated that the pavilion chief of the Myriad Pavilion should immediately lead his men and occupy the mayor's mansion, because the mayor of Sun Hill City, Chui Linjiang, was dead. Gulp, the pavilion chief of the Myriad Pavilion swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was as if he knew something, but he only paused for a second, then immediately left the mansion. The next day, all the myriad pavilions in the central province received the same message. The mayor of Sun Hill City had died, and in half a month, the mayor's battle for the position of mayor would begin. The entire central province was shaken. Previously, in Guangjin City, the mayor of Lai Sky City had died in an accident. Now, even the mayor of one of the upper three cities was dead. What was going on? At the same time, Yi Xian, who was in Guangjin City, had also received the news from Songheng. Fuck, what happened to that Cui Linjiang? Daddy hasn't done anything yet, why did you die yourself? Yi Xian couldn't help but curse out loud. Cui Linjiang was the mayor of one of the upper three cities, and he was the mayor of one of the lower three cities. Under normal circumstances, Cui Linjiang wasn't allowed to attack him. But he could take the initiative to attack Cui Linjiang. But who would have thought that Cui Linjiang would die before he could attack? What was going on? Fine, since Cui Linjiang is dead, I'm sure the other two main cities are interested in Sun Hill City as well. When the time comes, I'll kill them as well. Then, with this thought in mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. It looked like 5 of the 7 main cities in the central province would fall into his hands. At that time, he would gather all the territories in the 5 main cities to purchase materials, and breaking through to the late heavenly core realm would only be a matter of time. During this half a month, the central province was extremely peaceful. After learning from what happened on the Island of Death, there were only 2 men who came to participate in the battle for the mayor's position. One was the mayor of Wild Goose City, Su Ji, and the other was the mayor of Bamboo Thriving City, Mo Jinyuan. Both of them were late heavenly core warriors. When Yi Xian heard the news, a cunning expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, the mayor of these 2 main cities couldn't sit still. Half a month later, Yi Xian arrived at the first main city on time. This time, because there were not many people participating in the battle for the position of city lord, it was changed to an arena battle. The arena was right outside the first main city's city lord manor. Today, countless people flooded into the number 1 main city. 3 city lords fighting over Sun Hill City was something that had never happened before. Most of them were actually here to meet one person, and that was Yi Xian. The news of Yi Xian's battle with the Saint Beast, the Azure Sea Flood Dragon, had already spread throughout the entire central continent. Therefore, today, these people were all here to see if Yi Xian was as powerful as the rumors said. At this moment, outside the city lord manor, Yi Xian was already standing below the arena. Song Suijing and Judge Song were still in seclusion, so he came alone. Su Ji and Mo Jinyuan were already waiting in the other 2 corners of the arena. When the time was up, Kai Yang immediately appeared and landed in the middle of the stage. I think everyone is clear that today is the battle for the position of City Lord of Sun Hill City. However, there are only 3 people participating in this battle, so one person will have a bye. Kai Yang stood in the middle of the arena and spoke. But at this moment, someone suddenly jumped into the arena. Everyone's attention shifted to this person. City Lord Yang, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Let me fight the 2 of them alone. It's much simpler. The person who came up to the stage and spouted nonsense was naturally Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Crazy, crazy enough. There were already many girls screaming outside the arena. They heard that Yi Xian only had 1 fiancé. And they felt that a powerhouse like Yi Xian would have no problem marrying 8 or 10 of them back home. Therefore, these girls were all here to familiarize themselves with Yi Xian. Who knows, when Yi Xian inadvertently glanced at them, he might take a fancy to one of them. However, when Su Ji and Mo Jinyuan heard this, they also jumped into the arena angrily. Arrogant brat, let me see if you're as strong as the rumors say. That's right. Since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. The 2 hypocritical city lords went up to the arena. Anyway, this was Yi Xian's request, so what was wrong with them agreeing? After all, this was related to a main city's territory. No, it was related to 3. If Yi Xian were to die in this arena battle, then his Guangjin City and Lai Kongqing City would become ownerless cities. Although Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan didn't have anything to say, after they looked at each other, they came to the same decision at the same time. Kill Yi Xian. Then, determine the winner and loser. It would be best to kill the other party as well. Kai Yang had seen Yi Xian's strength before, and he didn't just hear about it. So, he immediately nodded and said, "Okay, since City Lord Yi has said so, how can I not agree?" In the next battle, City Lord Yi will fight City Lord Su and City Lord Mo at the same time. If City Lord Yi wins, then City Lord Yi will obtain Sun Hill City. If City Lord Yi loses, then City Lord Su and City Lord Mo will fight it out. In this arena battle, if you fall out of the arena, you will lose. There are no restrictions on life or death. Other than that, there are no other rules. After Kai Yang finished speaking, he directly jumped out. He looked at the three people in the arena and continued, "If you're ready, then you can begin." Hearing this, Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan also looked at each other and took out a long sword one after another. Then, they rushed towards Yi Xian. The arena wasn't very big, only 200 meters, but the material was not ordinary. It could withstand the three people's torment. Yi Xian looked at the two people rushing towards him, one on the left and one on the right. He also took out his 8 desolate sword unhurriedly. Kacha. The 8 desolate sword shattered, turning into 8 sharp blades that pierced through the air. For a master of this level, a distance of 200 meters was a matter of the blink of an eye. After Yi Xian broke through, the range of the 8 desolate wind slaughter array was expanded to 100 meters. He stood quietly in place. He didn't separate the 8 blades, but directly controlled them to attack the same person. This person was Fallen Goose City Lord, Su Ji. So fast. Just as Su Ji reacted, the 8 blades had already swept in front of him. Then, in an instant, his neck was cut off. Before he died, there was only one question in his mind. Why me? Su Ji's death happened in an instant. Mo Jingyuan didn't have time to react. He was rushing towards Yi Xian. However, just as he rushed in front of Yi Xian, he felt a chill on his neck. It turned out that after the 8 blades killed Su Ji, they had turned back and killed him as well. This scene happened in just half a second. The audience outside the arena didn't see it clearly. When they reacted, they saw 2 pools of blood on the arena and 2 headless corpses. Instant kill. Yi Xian had just killed 2 late Heavenly Core warriors in an instant. Chapter 325. The Saint Beast's attack. Sigh, I'm still not familiar with the 8 desolate wind killing array. I can only kill 1 person before returning. Yi Xian said helplessly. During this period of time, he had been constantly improving, but he still couldn't split the 8 blades into 8 parts and attack 8 enemies. City Lord Yi wins. Below the arena, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then announced. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a victorious smile. Since Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan were both killed by him, then Wild Goose City and Wild Goose City should belong to him. Bang! The people outside the arena also reacted. Countless people were screaming and cheering. Yi Xian's strength had shocked everyone. Yang Kai let out a wry smile and jumped onto the arena. Soon after, the people outside the arena quieted down. Ladies and gentlemen, now that City Lord Su and City Lord Mo are dead, their main cities will now belong to City Lord Yi. Yang Kai said generously. He didn't have any interest in these main cities. After all, every city had its own myriad pavilion. Even if Yi Xian took all 6 main cities in the central province, he would still be the number 2 man in the central province. After hearing Yang Kai's words, the crowd cheered again. Yi Xian alone had 5 main cities. This had never happened before in the history of the central province. As for Yi Xian, he was also immersed in his own fantasy. It looked like breaking through to the late Heavenly Core realm was just around the corner. However, right at this exciting moment, a man suddenly jumped onto the arena and landed next to Yang Kai, then whispered something in his ear. After that, Yang Kai's expression changed. What happened? What happened? City Lord Yang's expression doesn't look so good. It must be something bad, the onlookers were all guessing. Yi Xian was also curious. What could have happened that made Yang Kai, who was in the strength realm, look like he had eaten a durian? Yi Xian, come with me. After Yang Kai said that, he immediately called his mount, the blue moon bird, and jumped onto it. Yi Xian was very surprised. After putting away Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan's universe rings, he followed Yang Kai. Hearing Yang Kai's order, the blue moon bird flew towards the north. Everyone below the arena looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was going on. City Lord Yang, what happened? On the back of the blue moon bird, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Yang Kai paused for a moment before replying, that azure sea serpent dragon suddenly swam to heavenly water continent and is wreaking havoc. What? Yi Xian's sea flood dragon? Was it coming for revenge? Yang Lord Yang was with the blue wind? Is with the heavens god continent, I must have angered it before. Yi Xian said guiltily. The island of death was in the sea to the north of the heavenly water continent. Previously, they had ridden the blue moon bird to cross the hundreds of empires in the northern region. It's not that simple this time. This sea dragon brought another sea dragon with it. Yang Kai shook his head. Another sea dragon? Is it also a saint beast? Yi Xian was shocked. Yes, it's a golden black sea dragon. Its defensive power is stronger than the sea dragons. I'm afraid I can't deal with both of them alone, so I can only ask for your help, Yang Kai said solemnly. Yi Xian was also helpless. He hadn't broken through yet, so he was afraid he couldn't deal with the sea dragon. Then, was this information revealed by the first city lord? Yi Xian asked curiously. Yes, the city lord told me. Now that the two sea dragons have crossed half of the northern territory, we will meet them soon, Yang Kai nodded. Then why doesn't the first city lord do it himself? Yi Xian asked again. Yang Kai shook his head, I'm not very sure. The city lord is too mysterious. Even I haven't seen him before. He knows everything about the heavenly water continent. Every city has his doppelganger, which is a puppet, but no one knows where his real body is. So mysterious. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel curious about this mysterious first city lord. Alright, I'm afraid we'll meet those two sea dragons soon. That golden black sea dragon has a strong defensive power, you hold it back for now, I'll go and deal with the sea dragon. Once I'm done, I'll give you one of its corpses. Saint beasts have saint beast souls in their bodies, and it's very helpful for breaking through to the spirit realm from the late heavenly core realm. If you can get it, you'll be able to save a lot of time in your cultivation. Yang Kai said. Saint beast soul? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could break through to the late heavenly core realm ahead of time. They flew for a while. Alright, we're about to meet them, get ready to fight. Right after Yang Kai's words left his mouth, a loud rumbling sound came from the horizon. Two saint beast flood dragons had finally appeared. One was the sea dragon that Yi Xian fought before, and the other was a flood dragon with a golden armor. When the two flood dragons saw Yi Xian and Yang Kai, they immediately let out a roar and charged towards them. Go! Yang Kai let out a shout and jumped off the blue moon bird, landing on the ground in an instant. Yi Xian followed closely behind him and jumped off the blue moon bird. The original plan was to let Yi Xian stall the golden black flood dragon while Yang Kai dealt with the sea dragon. After that, they would slowly kill the golden black flood dragon. After that, Yang Kai would let Yi Xian choose a corpse. For the saint beast soul, let's fight. Yi Xian summoned his 8 desolate sword and charged towards the golden black flood dragon. The sea dragon had long been annoyed by Yang Kai, so it waved its dragon claws and attacked. When they were in the sky just now, Yi Xian saw that this golden black flood dragon's speed was about the same as the sea dragon's. Furthermore, he was stronger than he was half a month ago, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to stall the sea dragon, as long as he could maintain his aggro. The two sides exchanged blows in an instant. Yi Xian began to dodge the golden black flood dragon's attacks with all his might, occasionally turning his head to take a look. Yang Kai was a strength realm master and had the strength of one dragon, while the CC dragon was a saint beast and also had the strength of one dragon. However, Yang Kai was a human after all, so he was much more agile than a saint beast. Every punch he threw was enough to cause the CC dragon great pain. Amazing, he can beat back the CC dragon with a single punch. If I break through to the strength realm and integrate with the Beast King's bloodline, I wonder how strong I will be. Yi Xian was very envious, but he was still 2 realms away from the strength realm, so he had to deal with these 2 flood dragons first. Although Yang Kai was a strength realm master, he didn't have a good weapon. If he used a high-rank earth artifact to attack, it would probably break after a few stabs, so Yang Kai had been using his fists. The 8 desolate sword in Yi Xian's hand would improve with the wielder's realm, so he really wanted to lend it to Yang Kai. He estimated that if Yang Kai held the 8 desolate sword, it would be equivalent to holding a heaven artifact. At that time, it would be much easier to kill the CC dragon. Chapter 326. Great Elder. Pung. 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 In the distance, Yang Kai was fighting the blue sea dragon. The golden sea dragon had been successfully enraged by Yi Xian. It roared at the sky and kept waving its claws in an attempt to grab Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was as agile as a loach. It couldn't catch him. Roar. At that moment, the golden sea dragon roared loudly. It abandoned Yi Xian and rushed toward Yang Kai. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. His aggro had decreased. It would be too dangerous if the golden sea dragon and the blue sea dragon joined forces. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly chased after him. His mission was to stall the dark gold flood dragon. If he allowed the dark gold flood dragon to meet up with the azure sea flood dragon, then he would have failed in his duty. If you want to go over, you'll have to get through me first. Yi Xian suddenly leaped high. The 8 desolate sword instantly shattered and turned into a sharp awl that pierced toward the golden sea dragon's eyes. Clang. The golden sea dragon closed its eyes. The heavenly sword drilled into its eyelids. Hoo-hoo. It clawed at the air, but it still missed. This was just a delaying tactic. If the golden sea dragon wanted to help the blue sea dragon, Yi Xian definitely couldn't do anything about it. However, the golden sea dragon was determined to help. Yi Xian really couldn't do anything about it. City Lord Yang, be careful. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. In the distance, Yang Kai instantly understood when he heard the rumbling sound approaching him. His face was extremely gloomy. If the 2 sea dragons joined forces, he was afraid that he would have to retreat. However, the first city lord had asked him to deal with these 2 sea dragons. If he didn't stop them, the central state would be in danger. What should I do? Yang Kai was thinking quickly, but he couldn't think of a solution. So, he could only try to kill the blue sea dragon with the 2 sea dragons joining forces. Although it was dangerous, it was the only way. Yi Xian was also helpless. He had been invited to help, but now he was screwed in less than half a minute. He was now wondering if he should lend the 8 desolate sword to Yang Kai. However, just as the 2 serpents were about to work together, a streak of white light suddenly flashed past. It swept past the golden black serpent's head, and the oceanic serpent dragon did the same. Yi Xian and Yang Kai were stunned for a moment, then they watched as the heads of the 2 flood dragons ruthlessly smashed onto the floor. Zzz. The head was instantly chopped off, and dragon blood spurted out. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He hurriedly took out a bottle to collect some of the flood dragon's blood. He took both the azure sea flood dragon blood and the dark gold flood dragon blood. City Lord? At this time, Kai Yang suddenly shouted in shock. Yi Xian also subconsciously turned his head and saw a figure standing in the air. A spirit realm expert. However, because this person was in a position where the sun was behind him, even Yi Xian could not see his face clearly. The first city lord is actually a spirit realm expert? Heavens! Yi Xian was shocked. He had only seen one spirit realm expert before, and that was the middle-aged man who turned the injured wyvern into ashes in the Great Tang Dynasty. The other one was the first city lord. Of course, these two people could be the same person. The figure in the sky began to slowly descend. Yi Xian and Kai Yang's attention was focused on him. However, when the figure descended to 100 meters away from them, the two of them saw his face clearly. A woman? Kai Yang was shocked. Yi Xian also cried out in surprise because he was very familiar with this woman. Great Elder? That's right, the woman who stood in the air and killed the oceanic serpent dragon and the dark gold flood dragon was the Great Elder of Soaring Heaven Mansion, Lin Wenyue. Yi Xian never would have thought that Lin Wenyue was actually a spirit realm expert. The latter had so many wyverns flying around her. At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't count the number of wyverns. Lin Wenyue slowly descended from the sky. She looked at Yi Xian and lightly said, "Collect the corpses." Oh, when Yi Xian heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He then happily collected the corpses of the oceanic serpent dragon and the dark gold flood dragon. These were the benefits given to him by the Great Elder. He was really surprised and happy. He never thought that the Soaring Heaven Mansion, which didn't even have a heavenly core warrior, would actually have a spirit realm expert living in seclusion. This was simply unbelievable. Kai Yang was already a spirit realm expert. He naturally understood the difference between the spirit realm and spirit realm. He timidly looked at Lin Wenyue and said, "Greetings, City Lord." Lin Wenyue looked at him and said, "You can go back first." Yes. Kai Yang didn't dare to have any objections. He immediately summoned the blue moon bird and left. At this moment, Yi Xian had also collected the two flood dragon corpses. He jogged over to Lin Wenyue and said in shock, "Great Elder, I know you have a lot of questions, but I can tell you this first. My current realm was forcefully raised by your father." Lin Wenyue said directly. Father? Yi Xian was shocked once again. Forcefully raised her realm to the spirit realm? What realm was Yi Chong at? Alright, let's go back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Lin Wenyue took a step forward and grabbed onto Yi Xian's shoulder. Then, she soared into the sky and flew towards the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Yi Xian was scared half to death. He could only feel a strong wind blowing in front of him. It was so strong that it almost broke his bones. This strong wind was so strong that he couldn't even open his eyes. But he knew that the speed at which Lin Wenyue was carrying him was much faster than Kai Yang's speed on land. And by the time he reacted, he had already returned to the bamboo forest of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Damn, it took less than 10 minutes to fly from the Northern Territory to the Soaring Heaven Mansion in the Eastern Territory. Am I sitting on a rocket? Yi Xian was already shocked. This speed was too fast. Lin Wenyue directly landed in front of the wooden house with Yi Xian. There was still an illusion array in the bamboo forest. Yi Xian could only see the countless orange-red bamboos. Yi Xian looked at Lin Wenyue sitting on the stone bench and asked in surprise, "Great Elder, what's going on?" I'll explain it simply. I wasn't originally the city lord of the #1 main city in the central state, but Senior Shen Tu Lai left the Heavenly Water Continent with your father, so I took over his position. After Lin Wenyue finished speaking, she took out a round mirror and said, "This is the myriad mirror left behind by that senior. As long as it's something that happens in the central state, I can see it through this mirror." When she finished speaking, an image appeared in the round mirror. Two people appeared in the mirror. One was Song Sui Jing, and the other was Adjudicator Song. They were cultivating in seclusion. This, Yi Xian was stunned. No wonder the myriad pavilion was omniscient. It turned out that this was the case. Chapter 327. Chapter 327, Chapter 327 Subterranean Palace. There is a huge formation under the Heavenly Water Continent, and this mirror of all things is the foundation of the formation, so I can understand everything through it. At the same time, it can help me predict some things, such as the invasion of the heavenly water continent by the two flood dragons. Lin Wenyue explained. I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly. This simple introduction had solved many of his doubts. No wonder Lin Wenyue didn't leave the bamboo forest for so many years. It was because she needed to take care of the entire heavenly water continent. It seemed that Cui Linjiang had not violated any rules back in the heavenly Yuan sect, but because Lin Wenyue saw that he was in trouble, she asked Cui Linjiang to help. Then Grand Elder, your appearance this time, is because, Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Wenyue slowly said, your father has already left the heavenly water continent. Previously, I said that once you break through to the spirit stage 4, I will tell you the method to leave the heavenly water continent. You're only at the early heavenly core realm, but you already have the ability to fight with a saint beast. Therefore, I think if you break through again, you'll be able to kill a saint beast with the strength of one dragon. So you're saying that I can leave the heavenly water continent without breaking through to the 4th spirit stage? Yi Xian said in astonishment. Realm does not represent strength. If you make another breakthrough, you will have the ability to pass through the deep sea underground palace and head to the Blood Cliff continent, Lin Wenyue said. Deep Sea Palace. This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of this term. What kind of place is the Deep Sea Underground Palace? Can't you ride a Xian beast and fly to the Blood Cliff continent? Yi Xian asked again. Previously, he had wanted to do this, but at that time, his strength was too weak. Moreover, he did not know where the Blood Rock continent was, so he did not try. Between the Heavenly Water continent and the Bloodstone continent is the chaotic astral ocean. Even a spirit stage powerhouse would die if they recklessly enter it. If the Heavenly Water continent wants to go to the Bloodstone continent, we have to pass through this deep sea underground palace. Furthermore, this deep sea underground palace is the most dangerous place in the Heavenly Water continent. There are plenty of sacred beasts inside. That's why I asked you to look for me after you break through to the 4th stage of the spirit stage. Lin Wenyue explained. Deep Sea Underground Palace, Yi Xian said, Lin Wenyue, the Heavenly Water Continent. Lin Wenyue nodded, that's right, but it was your father who brought that senior through. That senior once tried it himself, but he didn't succeed and was forced to retreat. At that time, he already had the strength of 2 dragons. 2 dragons' dragon strength. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As far as he knew, Yang Kai only possessed the strength of 1 dragon and had just broken through to the strength realm. Yang S's Yang Yang's too. If even such a mighty warrior couldn't pass the test, how was he going to do it when he was an early heavenly core warrior? Lin Yi Xian's Yang's Yang? Yi Yang, he, Yang, or even, Yez's. Was. The first stage of the spirit stage is the gravity realm, the second stage is the aura realm, the third stage is the essence realm, and the 4th stage is the spirit realm. According to what I know, your father was already at the spirit realm. Lin Wenyue had a strange expression on her face. That's impossible, how could the heavenly water continent give birth to a spirit realm warrior? Yi Xian said in disbelief. In the center of the heavenly water continent, the central province, there were only a few peak heavenly core warriors. After breaking through to the peak heavenly core realm, one would enter the strength realm, then the spirit realm, then the soul essence realm, and finally the divine soul realm. How could there be such a huge gap between the 2 realms? I'm not too sure either. Before you were born, your father had already passed through the deep sea underground palace. After you were born, he returned. I heard that he was severely injured, and his strength had regressed. He spent a few years to recover and return to his peak. After that, he left with that senior. Lin Wenyue shook her head. Yi Xian tried to sort out the story by himself. When Yi Chong returned from the Bloodstone continent with him as a baby, he met the previous First City Lord. After that, this senior asked Yi Chong to take him away from the Heavenly Water continent. But, Yi Chong was severely injured at that time, so he needed a few years to recover. As for why Yi Chong was so strong, perhaps it was because he had encountered some kind of opportunity. If that's the case, then my mother should be from the Bloodstone continent. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He asked again, then, Great Elder, do you know who the senior who saved me in the Tang dynasty was? Lin Wenyue shook her head helplessly when she heard this. I've tried to investigate that person, but the myriad mirror didn't show anything. This means that he isn't a native of the Heavenly Water continent. He must have passed through the deep sea underground palace from the Bloodstone continent. Also, according to that person's skills, he should be at least a spirit realm warrior. Spirit realm. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. The Heavenly Water continent was such a remote place, and there were actually 2 spirit realm warriors. This was unbelievable. But, he also understood that the middle-aged man must have known Yi Chong. If not, he wouldn't have come to such a remote place like the Heavenly Water continent. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he asked again, then, what should I do now? Break through, then go to the deep sea underground palace. Although you might not be able to pass through it in one go, you can still gain some experience. With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult for you to pass through it. Lin Wenyue said with a firm look in her eyes. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He was currently at the minor heavenly core realm, and if he devoured the 2 flood dragon corpses, he might be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. But, he knew that he wasn't far from the deep sea underground palace. Then, Great Sect Elder, do you have any heaven-ranked martial arts here? Yi Xian tried to ask. No, there might be some in the deep sea underground palace. There is a formation in the deep sea underground palace that prevents me from entering, and it seems like it was built by a soul essence realm warrior. Only those who are at the soul essence realm or below can enter. Lin Wenyue shook her head. He had only learned a high-ranked earth-ranked martial art. Alright, Yi Xian felt helpless. There must be a lot of good things in the deep sea underground palace, and if Lin Wenyue could enter, then he would be rich. You can continue to improve your cultivation. Come find me when you want to enter the deep sea underground palace. Also, your fiancée and her brother have a very special physique. I think they will be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm soon. At that time, both of you can enter the deep sea underground palace together. After Lin Wenyue finished speaking, she waved her hand. After that, the scenery in front of Yi Xian instantly changed, and he appeared at the entrance of a bamboo forest. Damn, even if you don't have a heaven-ranked martial art, you can at least give me some soul-congealing stones. Chapter 328. Guan Yulan had gone missing. Forget it, forget it. Let's do it ourselves. Let's return to the central province and take over the 3 main cities. Yi Xian shook his head, then he grabbed Wei Zhentian and brought him out. Little Tian, let's go back to the central province. Yi Xian was brought away by Yang Kai after the battle for the position of mayor. But, after Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan died, Lin Wenyue immediately notified the Myriad Pavilion and took over the 2 main cities' mayor palaces. While flying back to the central province, Yi Xian used the devouring space to dismember the 2 flood dragons. Dragon tendons, dragon skin, dragon flesh, dragon bones, dragon claws, and dragon penis were all separated. The reason why he didn't devour them directly was because the dragon meat could improve a warrior's physique. It wasn't very useful to him, but it would be a great help to Song Suijing and Judge Song. As for the saint beast souls of the 2 flood dragons, he kept them. Once Song Suijing and Judge Song broke through to the late heavenly core realm, they might be useful. Perhaps, they would be useful to him as well. Soon, he returned to the central province and took over the 3 upper cities. He then ordered his subordinates to collect an unlimited amount of forging materials. Mid and high-rank earth tools were monopolized in the central province. Once they were forged, they would be taken over by the Myriad Pavilion and given to other families. Therefore, it would be difficult for a rogue cultivator to obtain them. There were 7 main cities in the central province, and more than 100 big cities. Yi Xian's order to purchase had spread across the entire central province. Right after he returned to Guangjin City, Song Heng brought him a huge amount of forging materials. He immediately forged these materials into mid or high-rank earth tools, then gave them to the myriad pavilion. In just the blink of an eye, he had earned a few tens of millions of high-rank crystal stones. He was getting closer and closer to the late heavenly core realm. Song Suijing and Judge Song had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and it wouldn't be long before they broke through to the late heavenly core realm. At that time, all three late heavenly core warriors would go to that deep-sea underground palace. Soon, half a month had passed. In the past half a month, Yi Xian had spent countless top-grade crystals to buy materials. He had bought almost all the materials in the central province. He had lost count of how many mid-rank and high-rank earth weapons he had crafted. In any case, even a mortal core junior would have a high-rank earth weapon. Because of this, he was only one step away from the late heavenly core realm. At the same time, in just half a month's time, Jiang Chen had helped Wei Zhentian break through to the late heavenly core realm, and he had spent 500,000 devour crystals. Wei Zhentian was only one step away from breaking through to the strength realm and becoming a saint beast. Half a month later, Song Suijing and Judge Song came out from their secluded cultivation. They had both broken through to the late heavenly core realm. But there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the late heavenly core realm. If a late heavenly core warrior wanted to break through to the physical strength realm, he would have to first cultivate his core essence to its limit, then break his core and form his soul. Song Suijing and Judge Song had just broken through, and there was still a long way to go before they could break their core essence. Therefore, Yi Xian gave Wei Zhentian the 2 dragon strength saint beast souls for the time being. After Wei Zhentian swallowed them, he started absorbing them in his storage space. Once he finished, he should be able to break through to the saint beast realm. After Song Suijing and Judge Song broke through, they went back into secluded cultivation and started absorbing the dragon meat. After that, Yi Xian broke through to the late heavenly core realm 1 week after they went into secluded cultivation. His overall strength had once again increased by another level. Right now, he estimated that he could fight an ocean flood dragon alone, and he could even kill it. After some time, Song Suijing and Judge Song had also finished absorbing a huge amount of dragon meat, and had increased their physiques to the limit. The duo's overall strength was many times stronger than before. If they joined forces, perhaps they would be able to fight Yi Xian. The trio's overall strength had surpassed the divine core realm. All they needed to do was to prepare themselves, and they would be able to explore the deep-sea underground palace. However, since the new year was approaching, they decided to wait until then before they set off. Right now, not only had the name Yi Xian spread across the entire Zhong province, it had even spread across the 4 major regions. However, this was only spread between the dynasties. A small kingdom like the Profound Sun Empire still didn't know about Yi Xian's achievements. Every time Yi Xian returned to the Profound Sun Empire, he would always think of one person, Guan Yulan, who was brought out by the sect chief of the Shattered Clouds sect. But, until now, Guan Yulan hadn't returned to the Shattered Clouds sect. Therefore, Yi Xian decided that after the new year, he would go to Lin Wenyue and use the all-knowing mirror to find out more about her. This year was a happy year. Song Cheng and the others knew that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were going to leave with Yi Xian. Therefore, they decided to let Yi Xian and Song Suijing get engaged on the new year. Besides that, Shuiqingxing's engagement with Yi Xian was cancelled on the same day. This was her own decision. Yi Xian was too far away from her. She felt that only Song Suijing was qualified to be Yi Xian's partner, and only she could accompany Yi Xian. After the new year, Yi Xian finally turned 18 years old. The next day, he brought Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Outside the bamboo forest in the Soaring Heaven Mansion. "You two wait here for a moment," Yi Xian said to the siblings. "Okay, you go in." Song Suijing nodded obediently. She also knew that the Grand Elder only saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked into the bamboo forest. Immediately after, the illusion array within the bamboo forest was broken. However, the two siblings at the entrance still couldn't see the small house in the forest. "You're here." The door of the small house opened and the white-haired Lin Wenyue walked out. Grand Elder, I'm ready, but before that, I want to ask you to help me investigate a person. Yi Xian respectfully said. Who? Lin Wenyue asked in surprise. Her name is Guan Yulan, a friend of mine in the Shattering Clouds sect. However, she went out to train and hasn't returned yet, so. Yi Xian replied. Lin Wenyue didn't ask further and directly took out the all-knowing mirror. However, after waiting for a while, there was no reaction. This. Yi Xian's heart trembled. The all-knowing mirror has no reaction. It seems that she either left the heavenly water continent or. Lin Wenyue slightly frowned. Dead? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and asked, Grand Elder, can you investigate more specifically? Yes. Lin Wenyue nodded. This time, the all-knowing mirror finally showed an image. The all-knowing mirror showed a large rock with 3 people on its back. One of them was Guan Yulan. Her expression was calm without the slightest fluctuation. Her eyes were dull and no one knew what she was thinking. As for Qingyu, she was quietly lying behind her. As for the other 2 people, one was a middle-aged man and the other was a white-haired old woman. As for the middle-aged man, Yi Xian had seen a portrait before. It was the sect master of the Shattering Clouds sect. Chapter 329. Entering the deep-sea underground palace. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed. The rock that the 3 of them were riding on flew above an island. Then, it passed by the island. Its speed was so fast that it surpassed Yi Xian's and even Lin Wenyue's reactions. Death Island? Yi Xian exclaimed. The place that the rock passed by was the location of the city lord battle, Death Island. The cave in the ground was the Azure Sea Serpent's lair. Lin Wenyue was also extremely shocked. She checked again and a date appeared. When Yi Xian saw the date, he immediately reacted and said, this is the 2nd day after she left the Shattering Clouds sect. He didn't understand. He remembered that he was still on his way to South Forest City to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. But at this time, Guan Yulan was riding on a rock that was even stronger than Lin Wenyue and passed by Death Island. I'm afraid that your friend has encountered some trouble. Lin Wenyue finally spoke. Great Elder, what's going on? Yi Xian asked in shock. In my opinion, that little girl was bewitched by a strange method. As for that old woman, she's probably not simple. I'm guessing that she should be a spirit stage expert. Lin Wenyue guessed. Spirit stage. Another spirit stage expert. There were actually 3 spirit stage experts in the small heavenly water continent. Then why did the old woman take her away? And why did she go to Death Island? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not too sure about this. Perhaps, that little girl has some sort of special constitution. Lin Wenyue paused for a moment, then said, our heavenly water continent can only be considered as a small island. The old woman is probably from the islands around the heavenly water continent. She accidentally passed by the heavenly water continent and found your friend. Because her realm was too high, the omniscient mirror couldn't capture her. Also, the entrance to the deep sea underground palace is on Death Island, which is the Azure Sea Serpent's lair. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened. The entrance to the deep sea underground palace was the sea dragon's lair? There's a limit to this omniscient mirror. At most, you can only see what's on Death Island. You won't be able to see anything beyond that. Therefore, you'll have to investigate this matter yourself. Lin Wenyue put away the omniscient mirror. Yi Xian nodded. Although this was bad news, it was still good news that Guan Yulan was still alive. Then, Great Elder, do you know if there are any islands nearby? Yi Xian asked again. Lin Wenyue shook her head, I'm not sure. I only know that the deep sea underground palace leads to the Blood Cliff continent. If you don't have a map of the sea, you'll get lost in the sea. You better give up on this idea. I won't do anything stupid. Yi Xian said indifferently. Just now, Lin Wenyue said that the old woman was at least a spirit stage expert. With his ability, it was impossible for him to bring Guan Yulan back. If you're prepared, then go to Death Island by yourself. Here's a map of the Deep Sea Underground Palace. You must keep it well. The Deep Sea Underground Palace is a huge maze. There's only one way to reach the Blood Cliff continent. Don't get lost in there. As Lin Wenhua spoke, she took out a letter and handed it to Yi Xian. If you see your father, help me pass this letter to him. Also, before he went to the Blood Cliff continent, he only left behind 2 words, Imperial Palace. Imperial Palace? I got it. Yi Xian directly put the letter into the devouring space. This Imperial Palace was definitely a force in the Blood Cliff continent. Then, he left and headed to the central region. He had already handed over the 5 main cities of the central region to Jianghu, Jianglu, and the others. At the same time, Zhou Yan and Lin Shi had also established a new Soaring Heaven Mansion in the central region. With the help of the Great Elder, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely become the #1 sect in the Heavenly Water continent. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were already prepared to enter the Deep Sea Underground Palace. When they found out that the entrance to the Deep Sea Underground Palace was at Death Island, they were shocked. They sat on Wei Zhentian and flew directly above Death Island. Now that the overlord of this place was dead, the number of profound beasts on the island had increased. Let's go down, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Then, they began to slowly descend. This underground cavern was about 400 to 500 meters high. It was extremely dark. Yi Xian directly exchanged for a large number of night pearls and madly threw them down. Soon, the entire dark underground cavern was lit up. The entrance is there. Song Suijing pointed in a direction with her slender fingers. Yi Xian and Adjudicator Song Suijing looked in that direction. Sure enough, there was an entrance that was as tall as 2 people. This was a place that the Azure Sea Serpent couldn't enter. After seeing that there was no threat below, Wei Zhentian quickly descended. Yi Xian and the other 2 jumped to the ground. After Wei Zhentian sent the 3 of them to the ground, it shrunk into a nut and jumped on Yi Xian's shoulder. Let's go, Yi Xian said and led the way into the entrance. The entrance was still very dark and led to the underground. However, Yi Xian had already explored this passage with his supersonic bat bloodline. After walking for about half an hour, they finally saw a golden light in front of them. They quickened their pace and saw a golden door. Deep Sea Underground Palace. Song Suijing read out the words on a stone tablet. This Deep Sea Underground Palace was built by a Soul Essence Realm senior. The interior is complex and intertwined. Without a map, one would get lost inside. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he walked forward and pushed open the door. Just as he pushed open the golden door slightly, he felt that his hand had reached into a strange place. Water? Yi Xian was startled. Why isn't the water flowing out? Song Suijing approached in astonishment and also put her hand in. It's so strange. My sleeves aren't wet. Adjudicator Song couldn't help but say. However, Yi Xian's complexion didn't look so good. This should be a formation. I reckon that if we enter it, our speed will decrease, Yi Xian said and went in. He felt that even without the blade fish's underwater breathing effect, he would be fine. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song also went in. Sure enough, they can breathe in this special water, but their speed did decrease. After all, there is resistance. Of course, this is only for her and Adjudicator Song. Yi Xian has the bloodline of the blade fish, so he isn't restricted in the water. It's amazing. Look at the ceiling. Song Suijing looked up and said. Yi Xian looked up and found that the ceiling was transparent. They could see the fish swimming above. Not only that, they also saw a crab swimming in. It seems that the threat of this deep sea underground palace comes from the saint beasts in the sea, Yi Xian said slowly. The 3 of them walked into the deep sea underground palace. At the same time, the door behind them closed. Although it is said to be at the bottom of the sea, the formation above emitted light, so the passage was not much different from the outside. Yi Xian's first impression of the deep-sea underground palace was that of an aquarium. However, the floating seaweed under the corner of the passage made Yi Xian understand that this is the deep-sea underground palace. Yi Xian, there are 3 paths here. Which one should we go? Song Suijing looked around and asked. Yi Xian pointed to the first path and replied, if we encounter a fork in the road, we just need to go west. Although it is difficult to distinguish east and west at the bottom of the sea, he has a compass in his hand and won't get lost. Chapter 330. Chapter 330. Hunting a Saint Beast. However, an hour after they entered the deep-sea underground palace, they finally encountered a powerful creature. What's wrong? Song Suijing asked in surprise while holding her ice crystal sword. There's a big guy in the corner, I feel it. Yi Xian slowly replied. His supersonic bat bloodline could sense that this creature was an octopus, and his myriad beast bloodline could tell that it was a saint beast. Song Suijing also looked forward and saw several tentacles stretching out from the corner. I hate these things the most. Song Suijing couldn't help but shrink behind Yi Xian. Multi-legged creatures such as octopuses, crabs, centipedes, and even caterpillars are creepy, especially large ones. That's good, let me do it. Song Suijing raised her axe and directly rushed over. You wait here, I'll also go and take a look. Yi Xian said and followed. The map Lin Wenyue gave him indicated that in the first part of the underwater palace, there would be at most 1 dragon-strength saint beast. Starting from the middle part, there would be 2 or even 3 dragon-strength saint beasts. As for the second part, it was the same as the first part, at most 1 dragon strength. The heavenly water continent was very far from the bloodstone continent. Even an expert with 3 dragon strength would need more than a month to pass through the underwater palace. Therefore, it was still a long way to go. Yi Xian and Song Suijing rushed over. The latter raised the flaming sun axe and chopped at one of the tentacles, but he couldn't cut it. So tough, take another one of my axe. Song Suijing shouted and raised the flaming sun axe with all her strength. Rip! An octopus tentacle was cut off and fell to the ground. Yi Xian also took a step forward and slashed down with his 8 Desolations great sword. Rip! The second octopus tentacle was cut off. However, what shocked the two was that the octopus tentacle that Song Suijing just cut off grew back. What a strong recovery ability! Yi Xian was stunned. A new octopus tentacle had grown on the spot. This recovery ability was quite impressive. However, Yi Xian still went over out of curiosity. He was prepared to devour the octopus tentacle to see how much it was worth. At this moment, a change occurred. The 2 severed octopus tentacles suddenly began to twist, and then turned into a pillow-sized octopus. Ah, that's disgusting. Song Suijing, who had appeared out of nowhere, subconsciously took a step back. Damn, it can actually split apart. Go to hell. Yi Xian was also shocked. He swung his sword again and cut the little octopus in half. This time, the octopus did not split again. Damn it. It's just like a flower vase. It doesn't even have a single devouring point. Looks like I'll have to devour it whole. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He turned his head and said, I'll go take care of this big one. All right. Judge Song nodded. Then, Yi Xian directly rushed out. He did not attack the tentacles. He was going to find trouble with the main body directly. He turned a corner and found a big white octopus attached to a wall. He took a closer look and found that the tentacles were more than 20 meters long. It was obvious how big the big white octopus was. The big white octopus also saw Yi Xian. It immediately retracted its tentacles and swung them at Yi Xian. Its attack speed was even faster than that of the azure sea serpent. Bam! The tentacles hit the floor, causing the ground to tremble. In order to prevent it from splitting into smaller octopus, Yi Xian directly chose to dodge and rushed straight over. All in all, there were 4 tentacles attacking him. Fortunately, he had the 8 barren wind formation. He could use the 8 sharp blades to shake off the tentacles. In an instant, he arrived in front of the octopus's big head, ready to give it a fatal blow. But at this moment... Gurgle. Gurgle. The big octopus's brain suddenly spat out a stream of purplish black ink from its round mouth. Yi Xian hurriedly dodged. The ink hit nothing and turned the wall black. Sizzle, a strange sound entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head and found that the stones and seaweed in the corner had been corroded. This world is full of strange things. An octopus can actually spit out poisonous ink. But you deserve to die. How dare you scare my fiancé? Yi Xian roared in his heart. The 8 sharp blades instantly formed a sharp cone and began to spin at high speed. 8 barren wind formation, sky rush. Boom! The octopus's big head was instantly penetrated. It is said that octopuses have 3 hearts. Watch how I stab you into a sieve. Yi Xian didn't let his guard down. He continued his attack and created a few big holes in the octopus's head. He even broke the ink sac, causing purple-black ink to spill out. The big octopus didn't want to die just like that. Before it died, it recalled all of its tentacles and spat out a huge amount of ink, painting the entire area black. But before that, Yi Xian had already left the area. What a strong poison. I wonder if my myriad flower bloodline can withstand it, Yi Xian retreated to the corner and couldn't help but say. After the big octopus died, he collected its corpse and began devouring it. The Saint Beast's corpse is really good. It's equivalent to 3 soul condensing stones. Yi Xian thought to himself. He then returned to where he was and said, it's a Saint Beast's soul. But, since your heavenly core hasn't shattered yet, I'll take it first. In order for a heavenly core warrior to break through to the 4th realm of the spirit realm, he had to first cultivate his core essence to its limit, then shatter his core and form his soul. But, this brother and sister duo had just broken through, so they didn't need to use it yet. Take it. Song Suijing nodded her head. After that, Yi Xian immediately devoured the corpse, increasing his devouring crystal essence by 100,000, which was equivalent to 10 soul condensing stones. He estimated that after killing a few hundred more Saint Beasts, he would be able to break through to the strength realm. The Azure Sea Flood Dragon's blood and the Dark Gold Flood Dragon's blood are both dragon's blood, that's why I still need one more. I wonder if there are any more flood dragons in this underground palace. If there are, once I break through to the strength realm, I'll be able to upgrade my myriad beast bloodline to Beast King bloodline. Yi Xian thought to himself. After that, they continued their journey. There were quite a lot of profound beasts along the way. Although they weren't as valuable as the Saint Beasts, they could still accumulate. In just one day, Yi Xian had gained 10% of his experience points. If he had another 10 days, he should be able to break through to the limit of the heavenly core realm. At that point of time, he would be able to break through to the strength realm with 10 different beast souls. There was no day or night in the underground palace. Yi Xian and the other 2 didn't travel quickly. They just sat down and rested when they had nothing to do. Song Suijing and Judge Song entered the yin and yang state to cultivate, and Yi Xian was guarding them. Chapter 331. First encounter with the sea race today is the 7th day since they entered the Deep Sea Palace. As usual, they are heading west. The number of Saint Beasts they have killed has reached 30. As for the Xian Beasts, they are already too many to count. This Deep Sea Palace is too boring. Why are there so many creatures with legs? I can't even fight properly. Song Suijing said with an unhappy expression. She was of the same level as Song Ju, and her strength wasn't much different. However, Song Ju had killed countless profound beasts in the past 3 days, and she had also killed quite a few Saint Beasts with Yi Xian. As for her, she hadn't killed a single Saint Beast. Don't worry, next time we meet a Saint Turtle, I will let you have it. Judge Song comforted. Brother, you are doing this on purpose. How can I break through such a strong defense? Song Suijing said with dissatisfaction. Judge Song said with a smile, then let brother-in-law break the turtle's shell and let you have it. After hearing this, Yi Xian was slightly helpless. Among the saint beasts they have encountered in the past few days, the turtle they encountered yesterday was the most difficult to deal with. That turtle's shell is so hard that he had to take more than 30 pills to break it open. The three began to chat. But at this time, Yi Xian's face suddenly froze. What's wrong? Song Suijing asked curiously. Something is coming towards us. They are not big, but there are 3 of them. Yi Xian took out the Bahuang sword. Let me do it, I am bored to death. Song Suijing hurriedly stood up. 3 Xian beasts is not a problem for her. However, when she saw the 3 creatures that had turned the corner, her body couldn't help but tremble. What is this? Fuck. Yi Xian was also shocked. What did he see? Of these 3 creatures, the 2 on the left and the one in the middle is a big crab. What's even more strange is that the 2 prawns are holding 2 rods in their hands, while the big crab is holding 2 sledgehammers in its 2 pincers. What the hell? Is this a TV drama? After seeing the appearance of these 3 creatures, Song Suijing blurted out, Sea tribe? Yo, there are actually 3 humans here. How strange, a relatively fat prawn said. Strange, how many years has it been since we met a human? Another skinny prawn said. Holy sh*t, it can speak. When Yi Xian heard the 2 sharp voices, he was shocked. It was one thing for prawn and crab to be able to walk on 2 legs, it was one thing for them to be able to wield weapons, but how could they speak? Yi Xian, they are members of the sea race, a race that lives at the bottom of the sea. Saiju's song hurriedly reminded. Then why is it here? The map doesn't say anything about it. Yi Xian felt helpless. At this time, the giant crab with the twin hammers said, Humans, why have you intruded into our territory? Your territory? Yi Xian frowned. This deep sea underground palace is your territory? Nonsense, our sea dragon clan has occupied this deep sea underground palace for several years. The giant crab coldly shouted. When it opened its mouth, it spat out a lot of foam, which made Yi Xian feel a little nauseous. A giant crab actually spoke in human language, this was too strange. I heard that this deep sea underground palace was built by a Soul Essence Realm senior. Moreover, we only want to pass through this deep sea underground palace to reach the Blood Cliff continent. Yi Xian politely said. The only way to the Blood Cliff continent has been blocked by our sea dragon clan. Go back to where you came from. The giant crab coldly said. Blocked? After Yi Xian and the other 2 heard this, they looked at each other. The map indicated that there was only one way to reach the Blood Cliff continent, but now, this road was blocked by the sea tribe. How could this be? Can we pass through? Yi Xian asked again. No, stop talking nonsense and go back. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the agreement with the humans. The giant crab directly refused. Agreement? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, if that's the case, then let me see the strength of the sea tribe. What shameless boasting. You dare to challenge our captain? You're courting death. The fat prawn coldly snorted. That's right. Captain's hammer can smash the shell of an ironback tortoise. The skinny prawn also echoed. After hearing this, Yi Xian's face sank to the extreme. The ironback tortoise was the tortoise saint beast he had killed the day before. However, the giant crab's hammer was able to shatter the shell of the ironback tortoise. If that attack had landed on him, he would have been turned into minced meat. Yi Xian, Song Suijing immediately showed a worried expression. It's fine. Don't worry. Yi Xian comforted. He estimated that this giant crab only had the strength of 1 dragon. Moreover, he also had the bloodline of the blade fish. In the deep sea underground palace, his speed did not decrease like Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. As long as he was fast enough, he wouldn't be hit. Immediately, he walked out with the Bahuang sword in hand. The giant crab saw Yi Xian coming out and shouted, "Good courage. Our sea tribe has an agreement with the human race. If we meet in the sea, we can't attack the human race first. However, since you want to challenge me, then I won't be restricted by this agreement. I will say the ugly words first. I, Meng San, will not show mercy. If you are smashed to death by me, then you can only blame yourself for overestimating yourself. Come at me," Yi Xian coldly said. In his heart, he thought, what's the point of using the human race's surname? Very well, as you wish. The giant crab called Meng San walked out. Captain, smash him to death with one hammer. Yes, smash him to death with one hammer. Let him know the power of our sea tribe. The fat and skinny prawns shouted. Just as they finished speaking, the human and crab on the battlefield began to move. Bam! 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 Meng San's crab legs, which were not thinner than a human's thigh, quickly stomped on the ground and rushed towards Yi Xian with his hammer. From his weapon, it could be seen that he was the same as Adjudicator Song. He focused on strength, so he was lacking in speed. After seeing his speed, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Sure enough, his speed was not fast, about the same as the Azure Sea Flood Dragon. Since that is the case, then become my punching bag. Yi Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth and instantly burst out with full speed. The Bahwang sword also disintegrated and swept towards Meng San. Humph, humans have many tricks up their sleeves. Meng San coldly snorted and swung his hammer, knocking away the 8 sharp blades one by one. Although his speed was slower, his attack speed was much faster than Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, the 8 blades were knocked away. Then, Meng San took advantage of this opportunity to rush towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian stood in place without moving and maintained his smile. Chapter 332. Super Impact, Captain, watch out! The 2 shrimps shouted. Meng San, who was running wildly, was startled. Then, he felt a jolt behind him. Something had slammed into him. Whoosh whoosh. He struck out with his hammer and smashed Tianchongpo into pieces. What a tough weapon, Meng San muttered to himself. He turned around and continued charging at Yi Xian. Boom! His hammer smashed into the ground, causing it to tremble. However, Yi Xian had already dodged. Deadly wind formation of the 8 Baron, sky break. Yi Xian once again controlled the 8 sharp blades to form a cone and drilled it into Meng San's back. Meng San shuddered. He shouted, "Kid, my defense is no weaker than the iron-backed tortoises. Your attack can't do anything to me. Retreat obediently. We just started fighting. Can you cut the crap?" Yi Xian's cold voice rang out. Fine, since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Meng San turned around angrily. He sent Skybreak flying again and charged at Yi Xian. In terms of strength, Yi Xian was definitely not his match. However, in terms of speed, Yi Xian was at least 30% faster than him. This battle was actually a one-sided beating. However, Meng San's defense was indeed strong. Yi Xian's few attempts at breaking through were unable to break through his shell. Looks like I can only use this method of attrition, Yi Xian muttered to himself. After all, his Jindan essence was almost infinite. If Meng San's carapace defense was 100, then Yi Xian felt that as long as he could hit 100 to 99, he would continue. The battle had already lasted for half a minute. In that half a minute, Yi Xian had been running left and right. Meng San could not catch up to him at all. As for Meng San's shell, a faint crack had appeared on it. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, and everyone's expression changed. Yi Xian revealed a gratified smile. He had finally broken through. The carapace on Meng San's back was shattered. If this continued, Meng San would definitely die in his hands. How is this possible? This human brat actually shattered the captain's shell? I must have misheard. The 2 prawns couldn't believe it. Even Meng San felt the same way. He felt that Yi Xian's attacks were very ordinary. He only felt a slight tremor every time and did not feel anything. But what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was only able to break through his defense by attacking the same spot every time. Meng San was so shocked that he retreated backwards. He said in astonishment, "I admit that you are very strong. If you had forcefully passed me, I wouldn't have been able to catch up to you. However, I'm afraid your two companions won't make it, right?" Yi Xian also stopped his attacks and calmly looked at Meng San. Indeed, if the three of them had forcefully passed through, then Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song would definitely have been stopped. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "But I have already broken through your defense. If we continue to fight, then you will die in my hands. At that time, wouldn't I have passed?" "Correct. If we continue to fight, then I would indeed have died in your hands." Meng San nodded in agreement and said, "But have you ever thought that I am only a small team leader and only have the strength of one dragon? Above me, there are captains with 2 dragons' strength. Above the captains, there are commanders and generals. The only way to the Bloodstone continent has been blocked by the king of my clan. What do you think your chances of passing through are?" This question stumped Yi Xian. Captains, commanders, and generals. Above the generals, there was the king of the Sea Dragon clan. This strength was at least 5 dragons. If he tried to force his way through, it would be impossible for him to pass through, let alone bring along Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. It seems that I will have to increase my strength a bit more before going through. Yi Xian thought to himself. Have you thought it through? If you have, then go back. Meng San said indifferently. To be honest, he was still afraid of death. Yi Xian stood there quietly and pondered. "Yi Xian, what should we do?" Song Suijing walked to his side and asked. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. In the past few years after Yi Chong left, the Deep Sea Palace was occupied by the sea race, and the only way to pass through was blocked. If one were to fly to the Bloodstone continent with a flying mount, they would have to pass through the chaotic astral ocean, where even spirit stage powerhouses could fall. Could it be that I can only kill some saint beasts and force my way through after breaking through? Yi Xian hesitated. His dantian was almost at its limit. When the time came, he would be able to break through to the strength stage after swallowing 10 different beast souls. However, that was only the strength of 1 dragon. It might be possible to deal with the Sea Dragon clan's captain, but not the commander, let alone the king. Moreover, there were countless experts in the Sea Dragon clan. If he were to force his way through, he would definitely die. "You brat, what are you thinking about? The captain spared your life, so you should cherish it." "That's right. Quickly retreat. We still need to collect the deep sea blue algae." The fat and thin prawns were shrieking again in a sharp voice. "It seems that we can only retreat first. Anyway, there are still 2 or 3 dragon saint beasts in the middle. It's too dangerous for the 3 of us to go." Yi Xian had already made a decision. "It seems that you have thought it through. Let's go." Meng San looked at Yi Xian and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound rang out, and the entire deep sea palace began to tremble. What's going on? Yi Xian and the others were very surprised. However, Meng San and the others understood the reason. Not good. Senior Tianjing is angry again. Stay calm. Meng San shouted. His whole body shrunk into the shell. The other 2 prawns were scared half to death. They hurriedly threw away the prawns in their hands and grabbed Meng San's pincers tightly. Yi Xian and the other 2 also turned pale with fright. They hurriedly gathered together, and when Yi Xian turned his head to look, he saw a powerful impact instantly blast over. Bang! The 3 of them instantly endured the impact. Yi Xian's feet were firmly planted on the ground. He roared in his heart, what's going on? What a strong impact. This father's nose is going to be crooked. Song Suijing and Song Caijue were also holding his arms tightly, one on each side. As for Meng San and the other two prawns, they were already blown away by the impact. The impact had already arrived for 1 second. Yi Xian held on with one hand tightly holding Song Suijing's hand. He must not let go. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The impact had already passed for 3 seconds, but the worst was yet to come. Boom! An even stronger impact came and instantly disintegrated Yi Xian's strength. The three of them were blown away. Not good. Chapter 333. Lost, Yi Xian. Song Suijing opened her eyes wide as she watched Yi Xian and herself getting farther and farther away. No. Yi Xian clenched his teeth and was ready to follow the shockwave, but at this time, he encountered a crossroad. He and the two siblings were directly rushed into different passages. The first shockwave lasted for 3 seconds, while the second shockwave lasted for half a minute. It's not over yet. There was a third wave of air that lasted for a full 5 minutes. This time, it's troublesome. Bang! Yi Xian fiercely slammed into a wall, almost breaking his bones, but at this time, he didn't care about this. After safely landing on the ground, he quickly rushed out, ready to go back the way he came. However, it has been 5 minutes since he separated from Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. In these 5 minutes, he was at least hundreds of thousands of meters away. And in this deep sea, it won't be easy to find the two. Damn it, what the hell is that? Yi Xian cursed as he hurried along. His curses echoed throughout the passageway. Before the shockwave, Meng San said a sentence, "Senior Heavenly Whale is angry." It seems that these 3 shockwaves were caused by this Senior Heavenly Whale. Motherf *, if I meet you, I will definitely send you flying. Yi Xian continued to curse. He was separated from Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. If the two siblings were together, it would be fine. Under the situation where the two joined hands, it would be more than enough to deal with the sacred beast. Yi Xian was afraid that the two siblings would also be separated. If Song Suijing encountered the sacred beast alone, it would be very dangerous. No, I must find them. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. He rushed back at full speed. However, he himself was rushed through dozens of crossroads. It was easier said than done to find Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. It took him a minute to find the location of the impact, and then he followed his memory. This time, he didn't look at the map. He searched blindly and shouted angrily. Unfortunately, after searching for half an hour, he still couldn't find any clues. Furthermore, even he himself was lost. Damn it! Yi Xian was so angry that he was trembling. The 3 waves of impact just now were like a pipe being unblocked, blowing away everything in this area. There were hundreds of forks in the road, and it took him 5 minutes to rush through them. The road he was on was still fine, as there weren't many Xian beasts or holy beasts, but the same couldn't be said for the other roads. He calmed down and thought for a moment, then began to search again. However, after searching for an hour, he finally encountered the second group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, he had not seen it yet. He had only sensed it. He quickly rushed over. Before he even got close, he heard a series of discussions. It's really terrifying. Senior Tianjing is angry again. Today is the 3rd time, right? There's no other way. Senior Tianjing was attacked by the evil Shark Clan's Cyclops Python some time ago. Its tail was bitten off, and it's still corroding. If it can't be suppressed, it won't be long before Senior Tianjing turns into a pool of stagnant water. Senior Tianjing is our guardian holy beast. If it dies, our Sea Dragon clan will definitely be swallowed by the evil Shark Clan. Let's hurry up and collect the deep-sea blue-green algae. This deep-sea blue-green algae can suppress the poison in Senior Tianjing's tail. Their voices echoed throughout the passage. Yi Xian listened from the corner. He thought that this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals might have encountered Song Suijing and Song Caijue. However, just as he was about to go out and ask, he heard other voices. Hey, Meng Lu, you guys are here too. Meng Wu, why are you here? Don't mention it. Senior Tianjing rushed to this area just now. I just met the Great Captain. The Great Captain caught 2 humans who offended him and is going to take them back to the Dragon Palace. Oh. Humans? Why are humans in the deep sea underground palace? I don't know. I heard that these 2 humans want to go to the Blood Rock continent. Are you kidding me? Go to the Blood Rock continent? Don't you know that the middle section of the deep sea underground palace has been occupied by the evil shark clan? Even Senior Tianjing isn't sure that he can pass through the middle section. How can a few humans do it? The 2 groups of shrimp soldiers and crab generals chatted. Yi Xian, who was eavesdropping in the corner, suddenly trembled. There are only 3 humans in the deep sea underground palace. One is himself, and the other 2 are naturally Song Suijing and Song Caijue. Therefore, the 2 humans captured by the Great Captain are Song Suijing and Song Caijue. The merfolk and humans have an agreement. They can't take the initiative to attack, but this is under normal circumstances. If there is a special situation, they can still take action. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He started to panic as well. Although the 2 siblings were being escorted back to the Dragon Palace, what if they were imprisoned or even executed when they arrived at the Dragon Palace? No, I must save them. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart and directly rushed out. There is movement. The 2 big crabs reacted and immediately turned around. Huh? Why is it another human? The big crab named Meng Wu said in surprise. It seems that he is in cahoots with those 2 humans. Meng Lu said. Yi Xian looked at them and directly asked, Gentlemen, we accidentally entered the deep sea underground palace. The 2 humans you are talking about are my companions. Can you please let them go? Let them go? Meng Wu and Meng Lu looked at each other. The former immediately said, What a joke, those 2 offended our Great Captain. We are going to take them back to the Dragon Palace to be interrogated. How can we let them go? Since you are in cahoots with them, then let us capture you. Meng Lu added. Let us capture him. What kind of joke is this? If Yi Xian were to let them capture him and take him back to the Dragon Palace like Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, they would be finished. Where did your Great Captain go? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Meng Wu. Why, do you want to catch up with our Great Captain? Let's not talk about his strength first. Do you think you can surpass us? Meng Wu instantly understood Yi Xian's intention. Since you are so confident, why are you afraid that I will know? Yi Xian grinned. His face was full of ridicule. No matter how strong you are, I will not tell you unless you can defeat us. Meng Wu clenched the sledgehammer in his hand. Yi Xian had a map of the deep sea underground palace in his hand. However, he was running around looking for Song Suijing and lost his way. The Sea Tribe was the only way to reach the middle section of the deep sea underground palace. As long as he could determine his current location, he would be able to find the Dragon Palace. However, it seemed that he had to deal with the 2 big crabs and the 4 big prawns. Chapter 334. One Dragon's Strength. Fine, since you don't want to tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. Yi Xian's aura instantly soared. The 8 desolate sword in his hand shattered into pieces and turned into 8 sharp blades as they flew towards Meng Wu. Sixth brother, don't do anything, he is mine. Meng Wu shouted out loudly. He grabbed 2 huge hammers with his pincers and charged towards Yi Xian. Meng Wu was the same as Meng San, they both had the strength of one dragon. That was why Yi Xian wasn't that hard to deal with. After all, they couldn't touch him, right? After fighting for half a minute, a crisp sound was heard. It was the sound of a crack appearing on Meng Wu's defensive shell. What an agile guy. Meng Wu, let me help you. Meng Lu shouted out loudly as he charged towards Yi Xian. Facing 2 warriors with the strength of one dragon, even Yi Xian felt pressured. Luckily, he had a 10% increase in movement speed, or else he wouldn't be able to deal with them. A figure was moving around in the middle of the battle. Meng Wu and Meng Lu couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's speed, so they could only attack randomly. After some time, they started to feel weak, because Yi Xian had shattered Meng Lu's shell as well. If they continued fighting, Meng Wu and Meng Lu would definitely die in his hands. Damn it, how can this guy be so fast in the water? He is just a late heavenly core warrior. Meng Wu said with regret. He had a feeling that if he was hit a few more times, his life would be in danger. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped attacking. Brat, we don't need your pity. Meng Wu said angrily. Yi Xian stood not far away and looked at him. There is an agreement between the ocean tribe and the humans. I don't want to kill you, I just want to find my two companions. Humph, if you want to find them, we won't tell you. Meng Wu coldly harumphed. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. A killing intent flashed through his eyes. Are you really courting death? So what? We, the ocean tribe, are not afraid of death. Meng Wu shouted out with a deep voice. He was prepared to fight to the death. Meng Lu was the same. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he instantly attacked. This time, he was filled with killing intent. Kacha. Tian Chompa then slammed into Meng Wu's back. At this time, a small hole had been drilled into Meng Wu's shell. There were countless cracks around the hole. Die. Meng V went mad. He waved his pincers with all his might, but he could not hit Yi Xian. Kacha. 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 After 3 crisp sounds, the shell on Meng Wu's back shattered. Not good. Seeing Yi Xian rush towards Meng Wu, Meng Lu also rushed over with his sledgehammer. However, the 8 blades were very agile. After being scattered, they quickly reassembled. Die. Yi Xian widened his eyes and immediately used Heaven Break. This time, the sharp awl pierced through Meng Wu's body and came out from the front. Plop. Meng Wu's head was crushed and his body fell to the ground. Human, you deserve to die. Meng Lu went mad and rushed towards Yi Xian. Not only that, the 4 prawns also shouted that they wanted to kill Yi Xian. Killing 1 is killing 10 is also killing. Since you have already killed, then all of you should die. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he attacked again. A few seconds later, Meng Lu's shell was also broken and the Bahuang's sword pierced through his body. As for the 4 prawns, they were cut into pieces by the Bahuang's sword. I didn't want to be your enemy, but you are courting death. Yi Xian coldly snorted and went over to collect the corpses and weapons. Moreover, he found 6 human interspatial rings. Devour. He first devoured the weapons of the 6 people and found that all of them were of high quality, comparable to Adjudicator Song's flaming sun axe. Then, he tried again, and found out that he could actually devour the corpses of the Sea clan. Since they can be devoured, they should be a type of beast. But they can even use interspatial rings. This Sea clan is quite strange. Yi Xian thought to himself and decided to devour all 6 corpses. Not enough. However, there were still many good things in the interspatial rings of the 6 Sea tribe members. As expected, there are so many Saint Beast corpses and Saint Beast souls, devour them all. Yi Xian directly devoured all the items in the interspatial rings. Ding, the host has broken through to the heavenly core realm. Do you wish to break your core? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, a crisp sound was heard. The mortal core, earth core, and heaven core in his dantian had all shattered. In an instant, his cultivation returned to 0, and all the core energies in his body were gone. After breaking the core, it was time to condense the soul. Normally, when a warrior condensed his soul, he would need a lot of soul condensing stones and Saint Beast souls. This was a very dangerous stage, as the warrior would lose all his cultivation base, and he would need someone to protect him. When it came to the soul condensing stage, a warrior with good talent might only need a single soul condensing stone, but there were also those who couldn't condense their soul condensing stone even after consuming hundreds of them. But the devouring system had clearly stated that he only needed 10 different Saint Beast souls. Not to mention the ones that Yi Xian had collected himself, there were more than 30 Saint Beast souls in the interspatial rings alone. When Yi Xian had finished devouring 10 different Saint Beast souls, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded out. Ding! The host has broken through to the physical strength realm. You now possess the strength of one dragon. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. He had finally broken through to the physical strength realm. Although his physique was strong before, it was still too weak when compared to the strength of one dragon. He wondered how many dragons of strength he would gain if he upgraded his myriad beasts bloodline to the Beast King bloodline. Moreover, after breaking through, the Dan essence in his body would directly transform into true Qi, making him even stronger. Now that he had the strength of one dragon, his physique was at least 3 times stronger than before, and his speed had also increased by 3 times. Moreover, the Bahuang sword's enhancement was getting stronger and stronger. He estimated that it had reached the level of a low-grade celestial artifact. But then, he encountered another problem. He didn't know where he was now, and didn't know which path the leader had taken. In the deep-sea maze, there was only one path that led to the blood granite continent. The rest of the paths were all crisscrossing, forming a huge maze. So, he just needed to find the location of the Dragon Palace, and then intercept the leader before he returned to the Dragon Palace. As for how to find the Dragon Palace of the Sea Dragon clan, that would depend on luck. After all, the path to the west was a dead end. There was no time to lose, and he immediately set off. After breaking through, his speed had already far surpassed that of ordinary holy beasts, and he could definitely contend with the strength of 2 dragons. Even if he encountered that captain, he would still have the strength to fight. Chapter 335. Battle Leader. At this time, it had already been half an hour since Yi Xian killed Meng 5 and Meng 6. During this half an hour, he was still running around and had encountered quite a few Saint Beasts and Shrimp soldiers and Crab generals. However, these Shrimp soldiers were very tight-lipped. They would rather die than reveal the location of the Dragon Palace. Just as Yi Xian was thinking about whether or not to surrender and let these Shrimp soldiers and Crab generals bring him to the Dragon Palace, he finally encountered a different creature. With the help of his supersonic bat bloodline, Yi Xian could sense that this was a half-human, half-snake creature. It had no legs, and its lower body was that of a snake. Its upper body was that of a human, but it was a little strange. It wasn't wearing any clothes, and its back was bare. In its hand, it was holding a crescent blade. Looks like you're the Sea Tribe's captain. Let me meet you. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and dashed forward. When he saw this half-human, half-snake creature, he was startled. Wasn't this a Naga siren? Naga siren, they had appeared in many games, and Yi Xian was no stranger to them. But too bad, this Naga siren was a male. What was exposed wasn't its chest, but its chest. Human. The Naga siren was surprised when it saw Yi Xian. You Sea Tribe kidnapped 2 of my companions, where are they now? Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword and asked in a cold voice. But unexpectedly, after the Naga siren heard what Yi Xian said, it showed a gloating expression. So those 2 humans had companions. I was the one who captured them just now, but now, they have been taken away by the commander. What? Commander? Yi Xian's entire body trembled. Among the sea dragons, apart from the ordinary shrimp soldiers who were at the heavenly core realm, the crab generals were all captains who had the strength of 1 dragon. Above the captains were captains who had the strength of 2 dragons, which was this Naga siren. In Yi Xian's estimation, a commander was a powerful Sea Tribe member who possessed the strength of 3 or even 4 dragons. He hadn't fought with this Naga siren yet, so he didn't know how strong this captain was. If he couldn't even deal with this Naga siren, then he would definitely be chopped to death by the leader of the Sea Dragon clan. Human, I can see the fear in your eyes. The Naga siren laughed, and the scales on her body trembled, sparkling in the light. Although I am afraid, I am not afraid of you. Where did they go? Yi Xian asked in a cold tone. What? You still want to chase after him? Hee hee, I reckon that our commander has already arrived at the Dragon Palace. Right, our Sea Dragon clan's princess loves to raise animals the most. Your 2 companions should be directly offered to the princess by our commander. The Naga siren said with a gloating smile, right, next, I will capture you and offer you to the princess. After hearing his words, Yi Xian's expression sank to the bottom of the valley. Song Suijing and Song Caijue were actually going to be treated like slaves. How could that be? Tell me the whereabouts of the commander, and I will spare your life. Yi Xian's eyes surged with killing intent. What kind of joke is this? The Naga siren's eyes suddenly widened. Her snake body instantly slithered and swept towards Yi Xian. So fast. Yi Xian's heart trembled. It seemed that this captain had some ability. Her speed was actually catching up with him. However, if he couldn't even break through the captain, then how could he rescue Song Suijing and Judge Song? How could he go to the Blood Cliff continent? Kill! Yi Xian clenched his Bahuang sword and rushed forward. This Naga siren had the strength of 2 dragons. With a single slash, it could probably shatter the shell of the giant crab. Therefore, it was impossible for Yi Xian to face her head-on. Bahuang sword, release. Bahuang wind killing array. 8 sharp blades instantly unfolded and swept towards the Naga siren. Humph, insignificant skill. The Naga siren didn't care at all. She waved her long sword and shook off the 8 sharp blades. However, this was of no use. Bahuang wind killing array, 2nd layer. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The 8 blades that were rotating at high speed suddenly started to rotate, forming 8 small awls. The first layer of Bahuang wind killing array was to use sharp blades to cut, and the second layer was the same as Tian Chang's. This was what Yi Xian learned after breaking through to the strength realm. Not only that, there was also an advanced version of Bahuang Heavenly Shaking Sword, called Bahuang Dragon Slaying Sword. However, it needed to be soaked in the blood of a wyvern to activate it. Huh! The contempt on the Naga siren's face disappeared quietly and was replaced by a dignified expression. He didn't expect that a mere human could have such strength. You're too naive to think that you can defeat me like this. Wave-breaking sword technique. The Naga siren waved her arms and a strange energy gushed out and attached to the long sword. Not only did the attack power increase, but the speed of her attack also increased. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding rang in the passage. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the sea race would have martial arts. However, it was no wonder that they didn't have true qi or dantian core. How could they use the interspatial ring? However, he had a large number of devouring crystals. A pill that could instantly restore all the true qi of an expert was just a drop in the ocean for him. Although he couldn't resist the Naga siren, he could still engage in a battle of attrition. What a pity. I should have found the blood of a sacred beast Jiao dragon. Then, I could directly upgrade my 1000 beasts bloodline to Beast King bloodline. My strength would skyrocket. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. He had been in the Deep Sea Palace for some time, but he still hadn't encountered a Jiao dragon. He still lacked the blood of a Jiao dragon. There were different and special requirements to upgrade the Sword Emperor bloodline and other bloodlines to the highest level. It wasn't something that he could accomplish now. He began to hesitate. Now, he was fighting with the captain of the Naga siren. If he couldn't even win against the Naga siren, it would be impossible for him to win against the commander-level sea race. It was even more impossible to save Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. He was unwilling to accept this. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt something and immediately opened his eyes wide. He found that Wei Zhentian, who was in the interspatial ring, had a breakthrough at this moment. Sacred Beast, 1 dragon strength. Come out, Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian instantly summoned Wei Zhentian. Even if Wei Zhentian had a breakthrough, his body was still only the size of a palm. After he appeared, he was stunned for a moment. Don't look, kill. Chapter 336. Beast King Bloodline. Wei Zhentian nodded. It had only been a few months since it was born, but it had already reached the level of a holy beast. Yi Xian had contributed a lot to this. In addition, Yi Xian was its master. Now that it needed its power, it would naturally help. In an instant, Wei Zhentian began to collapse and then reassemble. This time, it was not a cute rabbit or a kitten, but a 3-meter-tall stone giant with a big stone sword in its hand. Bang! Wei Zhentian's sword slashed the ground, and the entire tunnel shook violently. The power of this sword could probably split the shell of a big crab. So strong. You deserve to be trained by me. Kill. Yi Xian was overjoyed and activated the second level of the 8 Baron Wind Formation. The second level of the 8 Baron Wind Formation was very difficult to deal with. Even if the Naga Siren used martial arts, it could only protect itself. Now that Wei Zhentian was an enemy, the pressure on him immediately increased. Damn it! What is this thing? The Naga Siren clenched his teeth and held on. He had to block the 8 sharp awls coming from all directions while dodging Wei Zhentian's sword attack. He could not go on like this. Therefore, he wanted to retreat. While blocking, he retreated and looked for an opportunity to escape. You want to run? Yi Xian saw through the Naga Siren's intention and immediately shouted, Little Tian, use your full strength. Wei Zhentian understood and changed again. This time, 2 pairs of arms grew out from his back. 3 big swords were slashed at the Naga Siren. What the hell is this thing? The Naga Siren was shocked and immediately raised his long sword above his head. However, when the 3 big swords fell, they suddenly changed. The tip of the sword extended and formed a barb. Rip! The 3 sharp barbs pierced through the scales of the Naga Siren and pierced into his body. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The 8 sharp awls took advantage of this opportunity and directly drilled into the Naga Siren's body. Rip! The green blood gushed out of the Naga Siren's body, and its screams echoed throughout the tunnel. Little Tian, give him a fatal blow. Yi Xian shouted. The 8 blades pierced into the Naga Siren's body. Not only could they cause damage to the Naga Siren, but they could also restrict its movements. Hearing that, Wei Zhentian withdrew the 3 swords and condensed a pole. No, this was a pole. Wei Zhentian held the pole with 3 hands and threw it with all his might. Swish! In an instant, it pierced through the space of tens of meters and pierced into the chest of the Naga Siren. The Naga Siren looked down in disbelief. This is impossible. After spitting out these words, he closed his eyes and died. 8 sharp blades flew out of his body. Without support, his corpse fell limply to the ground. Who? After seeing the death of the Naga Siren, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he still had the ability to kill an expert with the strength of 2 dragons. Wei Zhentian also changed back, but he looked like he was about to collapse. Okay, these weapons are all yours. Yi Xian directly took out the weapons of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest. Yi Xian continued. He also understood that every time Wei Zhentian fought, it would need to replenish itself. Moreover, it would need to rest for a period of time. This was different from other saint beasts. Wei Zhentian returned to the physical space. Yi Xian quickly stepped forward and kept the weapons, corpse, and the interspatial ring of the Naga Siren. He wanted to see what good things were in the interspatial ring of the Naga Siren. However, when he immersed his consciousness into the interspatial ring and checked it, he was pleasantly surprised. A flood dragon's corpse. It's a flood dragon's corpse. There's actually a flood dragon's corpse in this ring. Yi Xian was surprised and happy at the same time. He had never seen this flood dragon before. In other words, this flood dragon was not the Azure Sea flood dragon or the black gold flood dragon. His blood would be distinguished by the devouring system. The heavens are helping me. Yi Xian laughed 3 times and dissected the flood dragon corpse. The third portion of dragon blood was obtained. This meant that he could upgrade the 1,000 Beasts bloodline to the Beast King bloodline. Ding! The host has obtained the Beast King bloodline. The current level can be merged. Do you wish to merge? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his heart. In the next moment, he felt an endless amount of energy surging out of his body. There were even noises in his ears. The roar of a tiger, the roar of a lion, the roar of a flood dragon, all kinds of beast roars entered his ears. Ding! The host has successfully merged with the Beast King bloodline. Yi Xian quickly checked and found that the Beast King bloodline had many abilities. First, the attack power of non-human beasts was increased. Second, the benefits of devouring beast corpses were increased. Other than that, he also obtained a skill, Beast King Rampage. After using Beast King Rampage, he could temporarily increase his strength by 30%. As expected of a top-notch bloodline. It's so powerful. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. He clenched his fists tightly. Then, 3 mini flying dragons rose up. The strength of 3 dragons. He felt it and found that the strength in his golden dantian had increased significantly. Although it only increased my strength by 2 dragons, it's enough for me to reach the Dragon Palace. If I use Beast King Rampage, my strength will be close to the strength of 4 dragons. At this moment, he could not help but feel a surge of confidence that he had never felt before. His heart sank again. He found that there were 3 more advancement paths for the Beast King bloodline. Beast King bloodline, Advancement Path 1, Strength. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Agility. Current advancement is 1. Every advancement will increase the movement speed by 10%. Advancement Path 3, Beast Growth Speed. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the growth speed of beast by 10%. Advancement Path 4, Beast Attributes. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the attributes of all beasts by 10%. Advancement Path 5, Beast Expansion. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will allow 1 more beast to be tamed. Advancement Path 6, Beast King Deterrence. Current advancement is 1. Every advancement will increase the attack power of beasts by 10%. Advancement Path 7, Devouring Benefits. Current advancement is 1. Every advancement will increase the devouring benefits of beast corpses by 10%. Advancement Path 8, Beast King Rampage. Current advancement is 3. Every advancement will increase the strength of the beasts by 10%. Fortunately, after upgrading the 1,000 Beasts bloodline to the Beast King bloodline, the 10% agility advancement did not return to 0. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 337. Dragon Palace. This Naga siren is the captain who caught the 2 of them. It seems that I didn't find the wrong way. Chase. Yi Xian immediately rushed out. With the power of 3 dragons, his speed was at least 10 times faster than before. He didn't dare to delay any longer because the Naga siren said that the commander of the sea folk might have already arrived at the Dragon Palace. However, with his current strength, even if the commander had returned to the Dragon Palace, he would still break in. Somewhere in the deep sea underground palace, there was a huge palace. At this time, 3 figures appeared outside the walls of these huge palaces. Open the door. A 6-armed Naga siren carrying 2 humans yelled from below. The sea race guards on the city walls poked their heads out to take a look and immediately said, "Commander Lei has returned. Open the city gates." The special gate was opened, and the 6-armed Naga siren walked in. The 2 humans in his hands were Song Suijing and Song Jueyuan, who were separated from Yi Xian. However, they had already fainted. "Welcome back, Commander Lei." A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shouted respectfully. Commander Lei twisted his body and walked in. This was the palace of the Sea Dragon clan, and Commander Lei was a pivotal figure in the Sea Dragon clan. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals looked at his back and whispered. "Hey, isn't Commander Lei going back to his residence? Look, doesn't Commander Lei look like a human?" "It's really, I know, Commander Lei must have gone to see the king and wanted to hand these two humans over to the king. Huh, Her Royal Highness has one more sex toy. TSK, TSK. Who knows, Commander Lei might become the princess's husband in no time at all." However, not long after Commander Lei entered, a figure suddenly flashed in the distance. "That's the Dragon Palace?" Yi Xian looked at the huge wall thousands of meters away and couldn't help but mutter. He didn't expect that there would be such a building in the deep sea palace. Previously, he had tried to destroy the walls of the tunnel. Even though he had the strength of 3 dragons, he was unable to leave a mark on the walls. How was this palace built? At this time, the gate of Dragon Palace was closed. If he had come a little earlier, he might have been able to see Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Unfortunately, he was still a little late. Damn it, they must have been caught inside. Yi Xian blamed himself in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have come down to investigate. Why did he drag Song Suijing and Judge Song into this mess? Looks like I can only use one method. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian dashed out of the maze. The group of prawn soldiers and crab generals saw him from afar and immediately gathered on the city wall. Human? Why is there another human? A Naga siren walked up to the city wall and shouted, "Human, how did you get here?" Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He rushed to the bottom of the city gate and punched it. Bang! A huge sound spread out. This Naga siren was just a captain. It was useless for Yi Xian to talk to him. He had to cause a big commotion. At least a commander had to come. What a strong power. Quickly inform Commander Wu that there is an enemy attack. The Naga siren immediately shouted. Bang! 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 Yi Xian punched the city gate again and again. Every time he punched, the city wall would tremble. This city gate is really hard. It can actually withstand the attack of my strength of 3 dragons. Unfortunately, there is a formation on the city wall. Only by breaking the gate can I enter. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Suddenly, he retreated and took out his Bahuang sword. Bahuang wind-killing formation. The 8 blades rotated at high speed and then drilled into the same place in an orderly manner. The 8 blades were constantly alternating and attacking. It was much more effective than Yi Xian's fist. In less than a few seconds, a crack appeared on the city gate. Human, you are courting death. Stop. This city gate is specially made. If you break it, how are we going to defend against the Saint Beasts? The group of shrimp soldiers on the city wall hurriedly shouted. Yi Xian also stopped and shouted, "Your commander has captured 2 of my companions. If you don't want me to break the city gate, then hand them over." Sure enough, this human is the companion of Commander Lei's 2 captives. Ah, Commander Wu is here. Open the city gate. Along with a resounding shout, the city gate opened, and a 6-armed sea demon walked out. Human, why are you attacking the Sea Dragon clan? The 6-armed siren said in a deep voice. Then I have to ask you. Why did you capture my 2 companions? Yi Xian replied coldly. Companions? Human? Commander Wu also turned his head in surprise and looked at a Naga siren. Just now, Commander Lei captured 2 humans. The Naga siren said. Human, since Commander Lei has captured them, then there must be a reason. But you are causing a ruckus here. You don't put my Sea Dragon clan in your eyes. Commander Wu glared and took out 6 large blades. Yi Xian looked at him expressionlessly and said, "If that's the case, then I won't say much. I will let you know that you have provoked the wrong person." Xiao. In an instant, Yi Xian rushed out and slashed with the 8 Desolation Greatsword. Clang! Commander Wu stretched out 2 hands to block, but in the next moment, his expression froze because he found that 2 hands were not enough to block Yi Xian. He immediately used 2 more hands to block. As for the remaining 2 hands, they slashed towards Yi Xian from afar. Damn it, are you bullying me because I don't have enough hands? Yi Xian's eyes flashed and suddenly detonated the 8 Desolation Greatsword. Wang! Commander Wu was shocked, but when he found that the sound attack had no effect on him, he twisted his body and rushed toward Yi Xian. Sure enough, the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Sword is useless against a Strength Realm expert. Yi Xian said in his heart as he dodged the 2 slashes. Since that was the case, then he would meet force with force. He retrieved the 8 swords and reassembled the 8 Desolation Greatsword, then rushed out. Although both of them did not have Tian Realm martial arts and both of them had the strength of 3 dragons, Yi Xian had the Beast King bloodline in his body, which increased the attack power of beasts by 10%. Moreover, he had a 10% increase in movement speed. Even if the opponent had 6 arms, he was not afraid at all. The 6-armed siren did not expect Yi Xian to be so difficult to deal with. After a few rounds, he felt some pressure. Chapter 338. Chapter 338, New YRK Prince of the Sea, Despicable Human, Taste This Move, Whirlwind Clouds. At this time, the 6-armed sea demon's entire body suddenly began to rotate. The 6 large blades slashed out one after another as he rotated. Not only that, but his movement speed also increased by a lot. Not good, quickly close the city gates. The group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as the captain-level Naga sirens, hastily retreated. In an instant, the 6-armed sea demon formed a tornado, continuously slashing out wind blades, and at the same time, pulling in the surrounding things. A hard rock was pulled over, and in an instant, it was shredded into powder. You do have some skills. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly turned around, dodging the wind blades as he tried to get out of the traction circle. However, the tornado was able to chase after him. It seems that this is the only way. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and some of the Saint Beast corpses in the devouring space instantly disappeared. Shortly after, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. 4 wyverns soared into the sky. This meant that Yi Xian's current strength was equivalent to the strength of 4 dragons. Beast King Rampage. Originally, he only had the strength of 3 dragons. Logically speaking, after using Beast King Rampage, he would not be able to reach 4 dragons. However, his constitution was actually not only the power of 3 dragons. Instead, it was between 3 and 4 dragons. Therefore, after using Beast King Rampage, his strength reached 4 dragon strength. Charge. After his physique soared, Yi Xian took out the 8 Desolation Greatsword again. He wielded the 8 Desolation Greatsword, which was condensed from true energy, and swung it at Commander Wu. Pung! 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 The 8 Desolation Greatsword shattered the countless wind blades and swept into the tornado. What? The 6-armed sea demon was startled. When he saw the 4 flying dragons emerging from Yi Xian's body, he knew that something was wrong. However, Yi Xian's attack speed was too fast, and he couldn't stop the whirlwind at all. Therefore, he could only face it head-on. However, with the gap of 1 dragon, Commander Wu was directly sent flying by the sword. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, he crashed into the city wall. Fortunately, his 3 dragon strength physique was only 1 dragon's difference from Yi Xian's. Otherwise, this strike would definitely have cut him in half. Hand them over and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian walked over coldly. Although he had already killed quite a number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the news had not spread. At this moment, he was outside the Dragon Palace. If he killed Commander Wu, things would get out of hand. Don't be so arrogant. You only possess the strength of 4 dragons, that's all. You still can't fight against our Sea Dragon clan. Captain Wu crawled up while clutching his bleeding chest. Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, then hand him over. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. Impossible. Commander Wu said firmly. Then, do you want to die? Yi Xian was also enraged. Now that he was in front of the Dragon Palace, if he still couldn't rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, then he might as well fight to the death. If you have the guts, then come and kill me. Commander Wu said with a fearless expression. Good. Yi Xian coldly shouted. Suddenly, 4 dragons flew out from his body. They carried the Great Desolate Sword and directly charged towards Commander Wu. He didn't want to kill people in the Dragon Palace and didn't want to make things worse. However, there was no way out now. He could only kill Commander Wu and then break through the Dragon Palace's gate and rush in. Die. Yi Xian rushed in front of Commander Wu and then slashed down with his sword. However, at this moment, the Dragon Palace's gates suddenly cracked open and a figure flashed out from it. Pung! The Great Desolate Sword was blocked by this figure. Who is it? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and in the next moment, his face turned pale. It turned out to be a human. A man holding a long sword. A human? Yi Xian subconsciously shouted and put away the Great Desolate Sword in surprise. No, I am from the Sea Clan. I just used a special method to transform my legs into human legs. The man smiled and shook his head. Then who are you? Yi Xian asked curiously. Just now, he accurately saw 4 dragons flying out from the man's body. In other words, this man had the strength of 4 dragons. This man was probably not an ordinary member of the Sea Clan. The man continued to smile and said, Yue, the prince of the Sea Dragon Clan. Prince? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the main character had finally arrived. So, you're here to take care of me on his behalf? Yi Xian asked cautiously. Hearing this, Yue shook his head and said, No, the Sea Clan and the humans have an agreement. Moreover, my Sea Dragon Clan's ancestors also had some relations with the humans. Therefore, I won't do anything to you. If that's the case, then bring out my 2 companions. Yi Xian wouldn't believe him so easily. Companions? Yue turned his head and looked at the 6-armed sea demon. Your Highness, Commander Lei brought 2 humans back. It seems that he wants to present them to the princess. Commander Wu hurriedly explained. Nonsense. Yue angrily rebuked, this Lei Ming is really rebellious. Doesn't he know that my Sea Dragon Clan's bloodline has human blood? After he finished speaking, he turned to Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Sorry, this is a misunderstanding. Please follow me. Follow you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes again. This Yue's performance was a little out of his expectations. At this time, Yi Xian had 2 guesses in his heart. First, this Yue didn't have any intentions. It was true that he had human blood in his body. He didn't want to be enemies with him. Second, this Yue had already set a trap in the Dragon Palace. However, according to Yi Xian's own feelings, he felt that Yue wasn't hostile. After all, this Yue had the strength of 4 dragons. There must be other experts in the Dragon Palace. If they wanted to catch him, there was no need to set a trap. Okay, I will follow you. Yi Xian finally made such a decision. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If he didn't go in, was he going to wait for the other party to send Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song out? Thank you for your trust. Please follow me. Yue politely extended his hand and gestured Yi Xian to go in. This sea race has some human etiquette. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. He stepped in, but he didn't put away the Bahuang's sword in his hand. Yue also smiled and walked in front of Yi Xian. While leading the way, he asked, May I know your name? Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly replied. It's just a name, it doesn't matter. Brother Yi has the strength of 4 dragons at such a young age. The Heavenly Water Continent is really full of talents. Yue said with a smile. When Yi Xian heard the words Heavenly Water Continent, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Have you been to the Heavenly Water Continent? Chapter 339. Scared but not in danger, Yi Xian was also helpless. He had heard of beasts and demons, but he had never heard of a human and a flood dragon having offspring. Yu Yi seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's doubts. He smiled and said, Sire, don't think too much. My sea dragon clan's ancestor had eaten a transformation grass, so she could transform into a human form. When she was training in the human world, she fell in love with a man, so... Transformation grass, a heavenly treasure that can transform a saint beast into a human form. After hearing Yu Yi's explanation, Yi Xian also understood. If both of them were humans, then it would make sense. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. What he cared about was the safety of Song Suijing and Song Caijue. Yu Yi seemed to be very good at reading humans' expression. After seeing Yi Xian's expression, he smiled and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although my little sister likes to collect all kinds of creatures, she would never treat humans as sex objects. But that Lei Ming. He paused for a moment and didn't continue. Yi Xian didn't ask any more and followed him to the residence of the Sea Dragon clan's princess. Let's see Song Suijing first. Soon, the two of them arrived at a large palace with luxurious decorations. Before they reached the entrance, they saw all kinds of mystical beasts and saint beasts chained on pillars. There were dozens of them. Flood dragon again. Yi Xian's eyes popped out. There were 6 flood dragons in the cage, and all of them were saint beasts. After fusing with the Beast King bloodline, he learned a skill, which was the Beast King's rampage that he used just now. The Beast King's rampage required a condition, and that was the corpse of a saint beast. Moreover, different realms required different levels of saint beast corpses. In any case, a large number of saint beast corpses were required every time. These are my little sister's sex objects. She likes to catch saint beasts. Yu Yi introduced. Oh. Yi Xian's mood was a little complicated. If he saw his fiancé and brother-in-law being chained up here, he would probably go berserk in an instant. At this moment, they suddenly saw a figure walking out of the palace. His expression was not very good, as if he had been wronged. Hee, as expected. Yu Yi grinned, although this Lei Ming is strong, his brain isn't good. With this kind of IQ, he wants to compete for the position of general of my Sea Dragon clan? When the ashen-faced Commander Lei saw Yu Yi, he was startled. Then, he respectfully greeted, Greetings, Your Highness. I don't need you to ask about my matters. Let's go. As Yu Yi spoke, he directly led Yi Xian into the palace. Lei Ming's face was gloomy. There were only a few people in Dragon Palace who could transform into human form. Therefore, Yi Xian was a human. Yu Yi led Yi Xian into the palace. As soon as they entered, they heard voices. After hearing this, the large rock in Yi Xian's heart also fell. Song Suijing and Song Caijue were both fine. Brother, why are you here? Hey, is it another human? A clear and beautiful voice sounded out. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that a petite voice had flown over. It was a girl around 15 years old. Her appearance was not much different from a human's. Her face was white and delicate, but her ears were the ears of the sea race. Yi Xian. After this little girl, 2 figures rushed over. One of them threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. It was Song Suijing. It's good that you are okay. Yi Xian gently patted Song Suijing's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yi, these are your 2 companions. I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding. You were frightened. Yu Yi said guiltily. Your Highness is too serious. Thank you for your help. Yi Xian cupped his fists gratefully. It was a misunderstanding. My Sea Dragon clan moved here and this is the first time I saw a human. I hope you can forgive us. Yu Yi also cupped his fists. At this time, the little girl exclaimed, Brother, that Lei Ming is getting more and more perverted. He even caught Judge Song Suijing and Judge Song Suijing. He wants to use them as my sex toys. Did he do it on purpose? I'm not very clear about it, but our sea dragon clan has been around for 1,000 years, and Lei Ming is a 6-armed sea monster, so he's not one of us, so it's understandable that he forgot. Yui replied, and at the same time introduced, "This is my younger sister, you man, brother, why are you still helping Lei Ming? He is ugly and annoying. He comes to me for no reason. Can't you restrict his access?" The little girl said with some dissatisfaction. "We'll see when the time comes." Yui had a headache. Commander Lei Minglei was a 6-armed sea demon of the sea race, while he was a flood dragon. More importantly, Lei Ming's father was a general in their clan. He was in charge of protecting the sea dragon clan. In other words, the military power of the sea dragon clan was in the hands of General Lei. Therefore, he didn't want to make things too awkward. "Forget it. After a while, I will be able to transform into a human. At that time, I will go to the mainland and get rid of Lei Lu Shou." Yu Man pouted. When Yui heard this, he hurriedly said, "No, you are still in the spirit condensation realm. You haven't even reached the physical strength realm. How can you go to the shore? Wait until I transform," Yu Man said. Then, she turned her head and said, "Big brother Judge, can you take me with you when the time comes?" Judge Song scratched his head. He didn't know what to say. "All right, the heavenly water continent isn't that big of a deal. After you condense your physical strength, I will take you there." Yui thought for a moment and nodded in the end. "Who said that I want to go to the heavenly water continent? If Big Brother Judge wants to go to the Blood Cliff continent, then so do I," Yu Man immediately corrected him. "What kind of joke is that? The route to the Blood Cliff continent is currently occupied by the vicious Shark clan. Even Father and Senior Tianjing aren't confident that they can pass through." "How can you pass through?" Yui frowned. "Wu," Yu Man obediently shut her mouth. She was also clear about the difference between the Sea Dragon clan and the vicious Shark clan. After thinking for a moment, she turned her head and said, "Then, Big Brother Judge, can you take me to the heavenly water continent?" Judge Song nodded, "Sure." Yu Man had saved their lives, so it was only right that they repay her. When Yui saw this, he couldn't help but exchange a glance with Yi Xian. "This doesn't feel right. This young lady, why do I feel that she isn't close to Judge Song, but instead to brother-in-law? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to brother-in-law?" Yi Xian thought. Chapter 340. Seeing the devourer beast again. "Don't think too much about it, it's not me anyway," Yi Xian thought to himself. Since it was just a misunderstanding, there was no need for him to be so hostile towards Yui. After all, these two siblings were his saviors. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian also understood that Yui and Yu Man were flood dragons, not nagas or sea demons. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that he had killed some shrimp soldiers and crab generals, so he immediately apologized to Yui. "Sigh, there's no other way, but my sea dragon clan's forces are indeed lacking. After some time, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist the vicious Shark clan." Yui shook his head helplessly. "I heard that the road to the Blood Cliff continent has been occupied by the vicious Shark clan, and no one can pass through it?" Yi Xian turned and asked. "Yes, the vicious Shark clan occupies the middle section of the deep-sea underground palace. If you want to go to the Blood Cliff continent, you have to pass through the vicious Shark clan. The difference between my Sea Dragon clan's forces and the vicious Shark clan's forces is too big. My imperial father only has the strength of 5 dragons, and Senior Tianjing only has the strength of 6 dragons. The vicious Shark clan has an expert with the strength of 6 dragons, and a cyclops with the strength of 7 dragons. We are not their opponents at all, so we can only move around the front section of the deep-sea underground palace, not daring to go to the middle section." Yui shook his head repeatedly. "Senior Tianjing is..." Adjudicator Song couldn't help asking. The reason why they came to this dragon palace was because they were blown away by the shockwave. Senior Tianjing is a sky whale flood dragon. It was once the mount of my sea dragon ancestor. After my sea dragon ancestor passed away, it was responsible for guarding my sea dragon clan, Yu Man explained. However, some time ago, when Senior Tianjing left the deep-sea underground palace, it was suddenly attacked by the vicious shark clan's Cyclops python. Its tail was bitten off, and the Cyclops python also left poison in its body, causing Senior Tianjing's body to corrode bit by bit, causing unbearable pain, Yui added. After hearing this, Yi Xian also understood where the shockwave came from. By the way, can Senior Tianjing leave the deep-sea underground palace? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yes, both of our clans can enter and leave the deep-sea underground palace. Then, before Yi Xian could finish, Yui interrupted, that won't do. Right now, the sea isn't very peaceful. A large number of saint beasts are hunting the Oceanids. For example, in the sky above the deep-sea underground palace, there are several saint beasts with the strength of 10 dragons roaming around. There are also countless saint beasts. The strength of 10 dragons. When Yi Xian and the other two heard this, they couldn't help but gulp. A sacred beast with the strength of 10 dragons was enough to annihilate the Sea Dragon clan and the vicious Shark clan. It seemed that the Sea Dragon clan and the evil Shark clan had entered the deep-sea underground palace in order to avoid the pursuit of these saint beasts. If he wanted to go to the Blood Rock continent, he would have to go through the deep-sea underground palace. Brother Yi, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we have no other choice. Yui shook his head helplessly. Yi Xian fell silent. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Yu Man hurriedly pulled Adjudicator Song's arm and said, Big brother Adjudicator, why don't I take you to see my body? Oh, okay. Adjudicator Song nodded. Yi Xian and Song Suijing looked at each other and immediately followed her. If the deep-sea underground palace was really like this, then they could only return to the Sky-Water continent and discuss countermeasures with the Great Elder. They would like to see if the Great Elder could take them around the chaotic astral ocean and reach the Blood Rock continent. Big brother Adjudicator, look, these are my body. Yu Man pulled Adjudicator Song out and began to introduce the sacred beasts and spirit beasts that were tied up outside the palace. However, at this time, Yi Xian, who was casually browsing, suddenly found an extraordinary sacred beast. When Yi Xian saw the symbol on the sacred beast, his body slightly trembled. It was a giant blue crab. Its body was almost the size of a tank. However, on the shell of this giant crab, there was a familiar circular symbol that looked like Deja Vu devouring beast. What's wrong? Song Suijing was surprised. Devouring beast, it's the symbol of the devouring beast, my god. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He hurriedly pointed to the giant crab and asked, Your Highness, what sacred beast is this? Yu Man turned around and looked at Yi Xian's hand. She shook her head and said, I'm not very clear, big brother. I remember that you caught it, right? Yes, I caught it, but I don't know what sacred beast it is. It only has the strength of 2 dragons. Yui nodded. Then, can you give this sacred beast to me? Yi Xian asked again. This is a devouring beast. If he can devour this corpse, he can at least obtain 1 advancement point. At that time, he can strengthen his Beast King bloodline. Yui turned his head to look at Yu Man. The latter immediately nodded. Yes, this sacred beast's behavior is very strange, as if it can't understand human language. Its intelligence is too low. I don't like it very much. Then, thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly took out the Bahuang sword and directly attacked. Bahuang wind-killing formation. 8 sharp blades rotated at high speed, piercing towards the giant crab. Kacha! The giant crab's shell was pierced, and it died instantly. Then, Yi Xian quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding! The host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse, obtained 1 advancement point. Indeed, this giant crab is a devouring beast. Huh, I can advance again. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. This means that he can increase his strength again. The Beast King bloodline has a total of 8 advancement paths. They are Strength, Agility, Beast King Growth Speed, Beast King Attribute, Beast King Expansion, Beast King Deterrence, Devouring Benefits, and Beast King Rage. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. Yi Xian likes strength and speed the most. Now, he has the strength of 3 dragons, if he increases his strength, it will be equivalent to increasing his strength by 0. 3 dragons. If he advances to agility, it will increase his strength by 20%. The Beast King Rage skill is also very overpowered. If it advances again, it will increase his strength by 40%. However, the amount of sacred beast corpses required for Beast King Rage will increase every time it is used, and every time it advances, the amount of sacred beast corpses required will also increase. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to use Beast King Rage. I've decided, advance to agility. Ding, advancement successful. The current Beast King bloodline agility has advanced to 2. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian could not help but smile. Although his strength needs to increase, but when he has the strength of 3 dragons, the increase in strength is not much. Chapter 341. Vicious Shark Attack. Although advanced strength is good, don't forget that humans can also use agility martial arts. The increase in speed from advanced strength is much better than using agility martial arts without advanced agility. Therefore, under the current situation, it is better to advance agility. The scene of Yi Xian killing the devouring beast was seen by several people, and they showed a strange expression. At this time, Yui couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi, do you know what kind of saint beast that is?" "It is called a devouring beast. Its corpse is useful to me. This devouring beast has a strange circular pattern on its body. I don't know if your highness has seen it before?" Yi Xian asked. "No, I caught it in the deep sea underground palace. As for the circular pattern, I didn't pay attention to it." Yui shook his head. Yi Xian felt that it was a pity, but his luck is not bad. He actually encountered another devouring beast. He was fantasizing that if there were 8 or 10 devouring beasts, his strength would skyrocket. Who knows, he might be able to beat up 7 or 8 dragon experts. Devouring beast? What a strange name. Yui was stunned. No, devouring beast is just a general name. The devouring beast I encountered before was just an earth core realm snake. Yi Xian added. Yui nodded, "I see. Then I will tell the others to pay more attention." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yi Xian quickly expressed his gratitude. Then, Yuman continued to bring Judge Song and the other 2 to visit her collection. However, at this time, a 6-armed sea demon suddenly rushed over. Your Highness, not good, something big has happened." This 6-armed sea demon was Commander Wu, who was beaten up by Yi Xian. At this time, he hurriedly rushed over and shouted. "What happened?" Yui frowned and asked. This is the first time he saw Commander Wu so anxious. "It seems that something has happened." Commander Wu turned around and quickly said, "Your Highness, I just received news that the Vicious Shark Clan has brought experts to kill us." "What? The Vicious Shark Clan?" Yui cried out in alarm. "Damn it, Royal Father went to Senior Heavenly Whale's place. What should we do?" Commander Wu said, "Your Highness, the Vicious Shark Clan only sent 2 generals this time. 2 4-dragon strength generals. Since that's the case, why don't you quickly go and inform General Lei?" Yui hurriedly said. This, Commander Wu paused and replied, "I can't find General Lei." "Damn it, why can't we find him at this critical juncture?" Yui cursed. "Brother, what do we do now?" Yuman asked worriedly. Yui replied with a calm face, "I can only control the dragon protecting Great Array. It shouldn't be a problem to block the 2 vicious shark generals." The Great Dragon Protection Array was the Dragon Palace's life-saving straw. If it was controlled by Yui, who had the strength of 4 dragons, then it would be enough to defend against an expert with the strength of 5 dragons. If it was a Dragon King with the strength of 5 dragons, then he would be able to resist an expert with 6 or even 7 dragons. It was also because of this Guardian Dragon Array that they had not been slaughtered by the Vicious Shark Clan. After that, Yui led a group of people and rushed to the Dragon Palace's city gate. Yi Xian had arrived at the other side of the city gate, and this side of the city gate faced the Vicious Shark Clan, which was the middle section of the deep sea underground palace. At this time, the vicious shark clan had not arrived yet. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. I haven't even set up a banquet to welcome you, but this actually happened. Yu Yi stood on the city wall and said helplessly. Those two vicious shark generals only have the strength of 4 dragons. Why didn't they go out together to kill them? Yi Xian asked in surprise. That won't do. Yu Yi shook his head. He took out a white ball and said, I have to stay here to maintain the guardian dragon formation. If I go out, no one will be able to maintain the guardian dragon formation. At that time, the vicious shark clan will definitely attack. Is this the dragon protecting great array? Yi Xian stood in front of the city wall and pointed at the strange energy barrier in front of them. When he bombarded the city gate before, he saw this array, so he gave up on jumping over the city wall. Yes, this pseudo-dragon pearl can control the dragon protecting great array. As long as the vicious shark king or that one-eyed giant python doesn't come, the vicious shark clan won't be able to attack. Yui nodded. Yi Xian asked in surprise, if that's the case, then why is the vicious shark clan still attacking? Isn't this a waste of effort? Perhaps, they came to inquire about the location of the real dragon pearl. Yui said slowly. The real dragon pearl? Yi Xian murmured. Yes, the real dragon pearl is the foundation of this dragon protecting great array. This dragon pearl was condensed from the death of my sea dragon clan's ancestor. The vicious shark clan has been eyeing it for a long time. If the vicious shark king obtains the dragon pearl, he might be able to break through and increase his strength by 2 or 3 dragons. Yui said. 2 or 3 dragons? Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others were stunned. Wasn't this a bit too amazing? Since that's the case, why doesn't your imperial father refine it himself? That way, he would have the strength to fight against the vicious shark clan. Yi Xian asked doubtfully. But this dragon pearl only exists in legends. Even I don't know if this dragon pearl really exists. Yui shook his head helplessly and said, this is just a story my imperial father told me when I was young. If it doesn't, then this dragon protecting great array. Yi Xian asked with a frown. Yes, this dragon protecting great array is proof. A few years ago, when we moved to the deep sea underground palace, we moved the dragon protecting great array here. So I guess this dragon pearl should be in my imperial father's hands. However, my imperial father denies the existence of this dragon pearl. Yui also didn't understand. At this time, a series of loud noises came from another passage connected to the dragon palace. After a while, terrifying monsters rushed out from the passage. Vicious Shark Clan. Yi Xian glanced at them and found that the Vicious Shark Clan was a shark. Although they didn't have feet and relied on their tails to move, they had 2 thick arms and a row of sharp fins on their back. As for their weapon, it was a trident. One by one, the vicious sharks drilled out of the passage. There were more than 100 of them. Then, 2 3-meter-tall vicious sharks walked in front of the formation. Your Highness, long time no see. A white vicious shark wearing armor opened its mouth and laughed. It's actually the black-white double demons. Yu Yi's face sank. The other vicious black shark suddenly took out a large claw and threw it into its mouth. While chewing, it said, your sea dragon clan's shrimp soldiers and crab generals are the best. They taste really good. Chapter 342. 1 against 100. Yu Yi's face was gloomy as he said, what are you doing in my dragon palace? Your Highness, don't be nervous. We are just bored in the clan, so we came to chat with your Highness. White Shark said with a smile. Since it's just a chat, why did you bring so many troops? Yui narrowed his eyes. Oh, this is our habit. No matter where we go, we have to bring 100 subordinates. Could it be that your Highness is afraid of 100 small shark soldiers with only 2 dragon strength? White Shark replied casually. 100 shark soldiers with 2 dragon strength were indeed not worth mentioning for the evil shark clan, but for the sea dragon clan, if the entire dragon palace's Naga sirens were to gather, it would only amount to this number. Yui paused for a moment and said straightforwardly, what are you doing here? Alright, since your highness has asked, then we'll be frank with you. The two of us were ordered to come here to discuss some matters with the Dragon King. I wonder if the Dragon King is in the Dragon Palace at this time? White Shark asked. My father is in seclusion. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Yue would not tell him that the Dragon King was not in the Dragon Palace at this time. Seclusion. White Shark narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, well, in that case, I will say it. I, the evil Shark King, said that as long as you hand over the Dragon Pearl and are willing to become a vassal of my evil Shark clan, we can spare your lives. How about it? Hand over the Dragon Pearl and become a vassal of the evil Shark clan? After Yue heard this, he replied directly, Dragon Pearl is just a legend of my Sea Dragon clan. I don't know. That's why I asked the Dragon King to come out. White Shark said. Sorry, my father is in seclusion. Please go back. Yue refused directly. White Shark and Black Shark looked at each other, and then the former said, well, I have passed on the message. Our mission has been completed. Then, it's time for the two of us to be free. Since we are already here, we don't want to go back empty-handed. Little princess, do you want to visit my evil shark clan? Wishful thinking. Yu Man directly snorted. Although her strength was weak, she was not stupid. It's fine if you don't want to go. Great White shrugged and retreated. Next, the Black Shark took out a large pincer and bit it off, then said, I heard that the ancestor of your Sea Dragon clan was once a member of the Northern Sea clan. Their battle prowess isn't bad. Are you interested in a match? Not interested, Yue answered instinctively. Don't say that. I have some deep-sea blue-green algae here. As long as you send one person to kill my 100 shark soldiers, all of these deep-sea blue-green algae will be yours. What do you think? He Sha opened his mouth and laughed. He waved his hand and took out something from an interspatial ring, Commander Wu, who was standing next to Yue, opened his eyes wide. He Sha took out more than 10 boxes of deep-sea blue-green algae, which was more than the amount of deep-sea blue-green algae they had been searching for half a year. Yue was also stunned. What do you think? These are all shark soldiers with the strength of 2 dragons. As long as your people can kill them all, these deep-sea cyanobacteria will be yours, Black Shark repeated. Your Highness, there must be something fishy. Why would they be so kind as to take out the deep-sea blue algae? Commander Wu hurriedly reminded. I know. Yue nodded. The evil shark clan had always been vicious and merciless. How could they be so kind as to send deep-sea blue algae? 102 dragon-strength shark soldiers. Even a 3-dragon-strength commander would not be able to kill them all. Therefore, they would need at least a 4-dragon-strength expert. As for the Sea Dragon clan's expert with 4 dragon strength, other than Yue, there was only General Lei. However, General Lei was nowhere to be found. Therefore, only Yue was present. Brother, he must be trying to lure you out. Yu Man reminded. That's right. Yue nodded. Moreover, he seems to know that Imperial Father is not here. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Highness, why don't you let me out? Yue turned his head in shock. He suddenly remembered that there were 4 dragon strength experts in the Dragon Palace. It wasn't just him and General Lei, but also Yi Xian. But this is a trap. The black-white double demons may attack you. Yue frowned. Now, he also knew that Yi Xian only had 3 dragon strength and not 4 dragon strength. It's okay, I can handle it. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. On the side, Song Suijing and Judge Song stood silently. They believed in Yi Xian's strength. Since Yi Xian dared to stand out, it meant that he was confident. Good, then I will open the gate. If the situation is not good, you can come in immediately. Yue said. This wall was only the first line of defense of the Dragon Palace. The dragon protecting array only covered the wall and not the gate. However, he had the pseudo-dragon pearl and could control the dragon protecting array. Then, Yui shouted to the shark army in front of him, "Good, my sea dragon clan is willing to send one person to challenge your 100 shark soldiers." "Good, your highness is really straightforward. You can rest assured that we won't attack this time." Black Shark grinned. "Humph." Yui just snorted and ordered people to open the gate. Yi Xian walked out of the gate. This time, he took a fancy to the 100 shark soldiers with 2 dragon strength. This was equivalent to 200 saint beasts. If he swallowed all of them, he could at least increase his strength to 4 dragon strength. With the addition of the interspatial rings, he might be able to directly increase his strength to 5 dragon strength. At that time, if he uses Beast King Rampage, he could reach 6 dragon strength or even 7 dragon strength. This was an excellent opportunity. Oh. Why haven't we seen this person before? After seeing Yi Xian, black-white double demons looked at each other. There were only a few sea dragon clan that could transform, and they had seen all of them before. However, Yi Xian was very unfamiliar. Could it be that he had just successfully transformed? But what they didn't know was that Yi Xian only had the bloodline of the blade fish. So, the sea tribe felt that he was a little similar to them. "Kid, are you also a member of the sea dragon clan?" Black Shark frowned and asked. "No, I'm a human." Yi Xian walked out and shook his head. "Human?" Black-white double demons looked at each other. This was the first time they saw a human in the deep sea palace. However, it didn't matter. "Human, right? That's fine. As long as you can kill all 100 shark soldiers, then these deep sea blue algae will be yours." Black Shark said. "Hee, then let's do it." Yi Xian grinned and took out the Bahuang sword. He was ready to break through. The 100 shark soldiers glanced at Yi Xian. After obtaining the consent of the black-white double fiends, they fiercely charged towards Yi Xian. Chapter 343. An easy victory. "Brat, die." A blind shark soldier was the first to charge over. With a trident in his hand, he stabbed towards Yi Xian. 8 Barren Wind Formation. The 8 blades began to revolve at high speed. With his current realm, he could already control the 8 blades to attack enemies 1,000 meters away. With a flash of cold light, the shark soldier's head fell to the ground and was absorbed into Yi Xian's devour space. A 2 dragon strength sacred beast's corpse was equivalent to several 1 dragon strength sacred beast's corpse. It was the same for the sacred beast's soul. And there were actually 102 dragon strength shark soldiers here. This caused Yi Xian's eyes to be filled with killing intent. Kill. 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 Yi Xian's eyes were red with killing intent. In just a second, the 8 Barren Wind Formation had reaped the lives of 5 shark soldiers. At this rate, this group of shark soldiers would be completely annihilated in less than half a minute. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. Time passed little by little, but the number of shark soldiers was rapidly decreasing. Both sides were stunned. This kind of killing speed was something that no one present could achieve. "Big brother, what should we do?" Black Shark looked at White Shark. "It doesn't matter. Even if we all die, it won't hurt. After all, we are only here to verify the news." White Shark grinned. "It seems like the Dragon King is really not in the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he would definitely come out and kill the 2 of us." Black Shark nodded. White Shark continued to smile, "Although I don't know who it is, it must be the Sea Dragon Clan. It seems like someone wants to cooperate with us to wipe out the Sea Dragon Clan in one fell swoop. The Sea Dragon Clan is not important. Our goal is only the Dragon Pearl. Big brother, how much do you think we can improve if we get the Dragon Pearl?" Black Shark asked curiously. "Shut up, don't think too much. The Dragon Pearl belongs to my king. Even if we get the Dragon Pearl, do you think we can escape from this deep sea underground palace?" White Shark shouted. Black Shark obediently shut his mouth. Their evil shark clan doesn't have the ability to live on the shore. Moreover, If they want to get their hands on the dragon pearl, they will definitely be swallowed by the evil Shark King. While they were talking, most of the shark soldiers were dead. A few seconds later, all 100 shark soldiers were killed by Yi Xian and collected their corpses. Ding! Host has broken through to 4 dragon strength. After Yi Xian devoured over 30 shark soldier corpses and sacred beast souls, he heard the sound of a system notification. If he were to use Beast King Rampage now, he would be able to reach the power of 5 dragons. The vicious shark clan is really not bad. To think that they would send me some benefits. If only there were more. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and continued to devour. 4.1 dragon, 4.2 dragon, 4.3 dragon, 4.4 dragon. As the number of corpses in the devouring space decreased, Yi Xian's strength also increased. Unfortunately, these shark soldiers were very poor, much poorer than the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Therefore, they couldn't help him break through to the power of 5 dragons. If he were to use Beast King Rampage now, he might be able to reach the power of 6 dragons. Ha ha ha, kid, your strength is not bad. Could it be that you are the human from the continent at the entrance of the deep sea underground palace? Black Shark laughed. Is it important where I am from? Yi Xian grinned and said, where are the things? Black Shark didn't waste time and directly collected the deep sea blue algae. Then, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian, who was 1,000 meters away. Refreshing. Yi Xian smiled and then kept the interspatial ring with the deep sea blue algae. He said, you too, don't you want to play? Oh, you want to challenge us? Black Shark was a little surprised, but he shook his head and said, but we will forget about it today. We will come again when the Dragon King returns. Goodbye. In his eyes, Yi Xian only had the power of 3 dragons. He could crush him with one hand. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian had already broken through and also had the power of 4 dragons. Huh, do you think you can escape? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide and rushed out. If he killed the black-white double demons, he might be able to break through to the power of 5 dragons. Therefore, the black-white double demons had to stay. Good boy, you dare to have ideas about us? Let me, Black Shark, fight you. Black Shark took out his trident and rushed forward. For some reason, White Shark had a bad feeling when he saw Yi Xian rushing over. He subconsciously took out his trident. Big brother, don't do anything. I will kill him. Black Shark reminded. White Shark was stunned, but he still stopped. With a distance of 1,000 meters between them, they would meet each other in less than a second. Yi Xian circulated a large amount of true qi to form the 8 Desolation Greatsword. 3 mini-dragons soared into the sky and slashed at Black Shark. A martial artist in the physical strength realm would have as many flying dragons around him as he used his strength. If the martial artist exceeded the power of 10 dragons, the flying dragons would be 1 size bigger. Therefore, it was obvious at a glance. When Black Shark saw the 3 flying dragons, he didn't think much and directly stabbed his trident. Clang! Black Shark used the power of 4 dragons to poke 3 small holes in the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Greatsword. Shortly after, the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Greatsword quietly shattered. Boom! A sound wave swept out. However, Black Shark was an expert with the power of 4 dragons. The 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Greatsword didn't have much effect on him. Child's play. See if I don't stab you to death and then cut you into pieces. I haven't eaten human flesh yet. He Sha rushed to Yi Xian's side amidst a loud shout. Die! Black Shark widened his eyes. He was more than twice as tall as Yi Xian. The trident in his hand was also bigger than Yi Xian's. However, just as the trident was about to pierce Yi Xian's head, another flying dragon suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. The 4th flying dragon. The power of 4 dragons. What? Black Shark and White Shark were shocked. Yi Xian actually had the power of 4 dragons? How was this possible? So what if you have the power of 4 dragons? In front of me, Black Shark, you will still die." Black Shark stabbed the trident with all his strength. This attack could definitely kill Yi Xian instantly. Hee. However, Yi Xian only smiled indifferently and nimbly dodged the attack. At the same time, the 8 Desolation greatsword in his hand shattered. 8 Desolation Wind Formation, 2nd level. Pooh. 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 A total of 8 muffled sounds rang out. 8 sharp blades all pierced Black Shark's body. Although he had a tough armor, his head and other places were still exposed. At such a close distance, Black Shark was directly hit by Yi Xian. 2 of the sharp blades had already pierced his head and penetrated it. Die. Chapter 344. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The transaction. Without waiting for He Sha's corpse to fall to the ground, Yi Xian reached out and caught the corpse. Only when He Sha was completely dead did he put him into the devouring space. Devour. Yi Xian devoured the corpse with the strength of 4 dragons. At the same time, he emptied the contents of He Sha's interspatial ring into the devouring space. As expected of the general of the vicious shark clan. His wealth is enormous. There are hundreds of corpses. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. The interspatial ring contained treasures from the deep sea, as well as a large amount of ores. These were all very useful to him. Not only that, but the ores were also materials for crafting heaven artifacts. This was an unexpected gain. However, these items were not enough for him to break through to the strength of 5 dragons. Therefore, he focused his attention on He Sha. Damn it, you killed He Sha. I want your life. He Sha took out his trident and rushed towards Yi Xian. But halfway through, he was stopped by 8 sharp blades. The vicious shark clan had always relied on strength to win. It would have been fine if they were in the water, but the deep sea palace was not really seawater. Therefore, his speed was too slow in Yi Xian's eyes. This He Sha only lasted for 5 seconds before his head was pierced by the 8 sharp blades. Too weak. Is this the strength of the vicious shark clan? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and walked over to put away He Sha's corpse. Ding! The host has broken through to the strength of 5 dragons. The system notification sounded again. Yi Xian estimated that the Vigor realm was probably the realm that he had broken through the most times. At this time, the team from the vicious shark clan had all died at the hands of Yi Xian. There was a total of 102 vicious sharks, and not a single one was left alive. Yu Yi involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he saw the mess in front of the city wall. His strength was above the 2 vicious shark generals. However, it would still take him some effort to finish them off. However, Yi Xian killed the 2 vicious shark generals with ease. If Yi Xian had attacked just now, he would have died at the hands of Yi Xian. Thinking of this, he quickly walked down the city walls to welcome Yi Xian. Brother Yi, thank you so much. Yu Yi imitated a human's gesture and thanked him. I still have to thank the princess for the devouring beast. Yi Xian took out the interspatial ring that contained the deep sea blue algae and passed it to him. Thank you so much. With these deep sea blue algae, Senior Heavenly Whale's poison should be suppressed for quite some time. Yu Yi took the interspatial ring and thanked him again. I'm not too sure about that. Senior Tianjing is currently recuperating somewhere else. I reckon that father should be back soon, Yu Yi said. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He had the 1,000-flower bloodline in his body. Unfortunately, the 1,000-flower bloodline could not detoxify this poison. Unfortunately, he had to make his own high-grade weapons, martial arts and elixirs. Therefore, the devouring crystal in the devouring system was not very useful. Perhaps he would need the devouring crystal in other places in the future. At this moment, suddenly, a figure flew out from the dragon palace. Its father. Yu Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the figure. The figure was a middle-aged man. He quickly flew towards the city gates. Why are you here? What happened? Dragon King Yuzhen could not help but ask when he saw the mess outside the city walls. Father, it's like this, Yue hurriedly told him about the vicious shark attack. One person killed 2 of the vicious shark clan's generals. Yuzhen was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Thank you for your help, little brother." "Senior, you are too polite," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Father, why do you look so pale? Is it because of Senior Tianjing?" Yue hurriedly asked again. Yuzhen nodded. "Yes, Senior Tianjing's poison is getting worse. I'm afraid it won't last long. Yue, send people out to look for the deep-sea blue-green algae. If it doesn't work, organize a team to enter the middle section of the underground palace." After his reminder, Yue suddenly remembered that he had just obtained a large amount of deep-sea blue-green algae. "Father, look." Yue handed over the interspatial ring. Yuzhen checked it and his face changed greatly. "Why do you have so many deep-sea blue-green algae?" "They were brought by the black-white double ghosts," Yue explained. He had just made a long story short and forgot about the deep-sea blue-green algae. "Well, with these, we should be able to temporarily suppress the poison of Senior Tianjing. However, I'm afraid it won't last long." Yuzhen frowned. At this time, Yi Xian interrupted, "Senior, is there no way to detoxify it?" "There is. The poison was left by the one-eyed giant python. If we can get the gallbladder of the one-eyed giant python, maybe." Yuzhen did not continue. He thought it was impossible. However, Yi Xian's eyes flashed when he heard this. He remembered that Yue said that the one-eyed giant python of the vicious shark clan had the strength of 7 dragons. He, on the other hand, had the strength of 5 dragons. If he used Beast King Rampage, he would have the strength of 7 dragons. Therefore, he might have the ability to kill the one-eyed giant python. "Senior, why don't we make a deal?" Yi Xian said with a faint smile. "A deal?" Yuzhen and the others were stunned. "I might be able to kill the one-eyed giant python and get the gallbladder for you," Yi Xian said slowly. Yuzhen exclaimed, "You? How is that possible?" Although Yi Xian had killed the black-white double fiends, 2 4-dragon strength vicious shark generals, this one-eyed giant python was a 7-dragon strength saint beast. Its physique was strong, and it had the strength to kill 6 dragons in an instant. Besides, there were many experts in the vicious shark clan. If Yi Xian went in, he would be killed by the vicious shark clan's experts. If he couldn't even see the one-eyed giant python, how could he get its gallbladder? "Yi Xian, you're not joking, right?" Yue asked in astonishment. "Of course not, but before that, you have to promise me a condition," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Condition?" Yuzhen narrowed his eyes. "Could it be that you want the dragon pearl too?" The dragon pearl was a legendary treasure of the Sea Dragon clan. It was formed after the death of the Sea Dragon clan's ancestor. The reason why the vicious shark clan was so interested in the Sea Dragon clan was because of the dragon pearl. At the mention of the dragon pearl, the atmosphere became strange. However, Yi Xian shook his head calmly. "No, I don't want the dragon pearl. I only want a large amount of Saint Beast corpses and Saint Beast souls. A large amount, and the higher the grade, the better." "What, you only want these?" Chapter 345. Vicious Shark City, that's right, I only want these. The more corpses the better. Yi Xian nodded. Yuzhen paused for a moment. He saw that Yi Xian didn't seem to be lying. He heaved a sigh of relief. "It's fine as long as it's not a dragon ball. My Sea Dragon clan relies on these Saint Beast corpses to survive. Although I don't know what use you have, these corpses are just food for us. As for the Saint Beast souls, we refine them very slowly, but we still have a lot of them." As Yuzhen spoke, he shifted his gaze to Yue. "Father, I'll get it right away." Yue immediately nodded and left. After he left, Yuzhen turned to Yi Xian and said, "Little brother, if you can kill the one-eyed giant python and bring back its gallbladder, then you will be the benefactor of my Sea Dragon clan." Senior is exaggerating. However, this junior success rate has a lot to do with the Saint Beast corpses. Yi Xian reminded. Don't worry, the quantity won't be small. Yuzhen said solemnly. His intuition told him that if he believes in Yi Xian, he would be able to get what he wants. Soon, Yu Yi returned and handed over an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and checked it. Sure enough, the quantity is huge. Thousands of dragon strength corpses, and some Saint Beast souls. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Yi, is this enough? Yu Yi asked. It's enough. Yi Xian replied. These things are enough for him to increase his strength by 1 dragon strength. Now, he's 99% sure that he can kill the one-eyed giant python. Senior, I will definitely complete the task. Yi Xian said solemnly. Good, then I'll leave you to it. As Yuzhen spoke, he took out a scroll made from the skin of a certain deep-sea creature and handed it to Yi Xian. This is the map of the middle section of the deep-sea underground palace. The location of the vicious shark clan has been marked out. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at Song Suijing and said, Suijing, you stay here with Big Brother. I'll be back soon. Be careful. Song Suijing said with a strange expression. She originally thought that she had caught up to Yi Xian, but unexpectedly, the distance between them widened again. She and Judge Song had yet to break through to the strength realm, but Yi Xian already had the confidence to kill a Cyclops python with the strength of 7 dragons. I will. After replying, Yi Xian entered the tunnel that the twin ghosts of Black and White had come from. Yu Yi, you stay here. I'll give these deep-sea blue algae to Senior Sky Whale. After finishing his words, Yuzhen entered the Dragon Palace. The heavenly whale flood dragon did not live in the Dragon Palace, but on the other side, so he had to leave from the other side of the wall. Ding, the host has broken through to the strength of 6 dragons. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with confidence. Now, he was at the same level as the vicious Shark King, only 1 dragon strength away from the Cyclops python. Vicious Shark Clan, become my stepping stone. Yi Xian roared in his heart and directly entered the middle section of the deep-sea palace. Here, the vicious Shark Clan's shark soldiers, shark generals, as well as Saint Beasts with the strength of 2 dragons and 3 dragons will appear. Yi Xian was already prepared to kill in all directions. As soon as he stepped into the middle section of the deep-sea palace, he encountered a Saint Beast with the strength of 2 dragons. This Saint Beast was instantly killed by him and then swallowed. The vicious Shark Clan has blocked the only way to the back section. If I want to go to the Blood Cliff continent, I must eliminate the vicious Shark Clan. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and then moved towards the vicious Shark Clan at full speed. With the map in hand, he estimated that he would be able to find the vicious Shark Clan's palace in less than half an hour. On the way to the vicious Shark Clan, he also encountered some shark soldiers. The vicious Shark Clan was stronger than the Sea Dragon Clan, and all of them were shark clans. As for the Sea Dragon Clan, there were prawns, crabs, Naga sirens and 6-armed sirens, and Yu Yi and the others were flood dragons. The difference between the two was obvious at a glance. Yi Xian rushed for more than 20 minutes according to the map, and after killing dozens of wandering shark soldiers, he finally saw a big black wall. It seemed that this was the territory of the vicious Shark Clan. He looked at the big black wall and murmured, there is no array like the Dragon Protection Array, then it's easiest to directly attack. However, at this time, in the depths of the vicious Shark Clan's Black Palace, there was a 5-meter-tall shark talking to a 100-meter-long Cyclops python. Senior Cyclops, there is a traitor in the Sea Dragon Clan. After a while, we will be able to get the Dragon Pearl. The vicious Shark King said respectfully. Hiss. The Cyclops python was lying on the floor and spitting out its tongue that was even bigger than the vicious Shark King's. Yes, as long as we get the Dragon Pearl, I will immediately send it to you. The vicious Shark King seemed to understand the Cyclops python's words. Hiss. The vicious Shark King paused and said in surprise, What, Senior Cyclops, you are saying that you are about to succeed in your transformation? If that's the case, you will definitely be able to break through to the strength of 10 dragons if you refine the dragon pearl. He was also suspicious. The Cyclops python had been lying here for a long time. Even if the holy beast's corpse was sent, it would need to be put into the Cyclops python's mouth. At this time, a vicious shark rushed over and reported, "My king, not good, someone has attacked Vicious Shark City." "Oh? Who is it? Could it be the Sea Dragon clan's Dragon King?" The Vicious Shark King asked in surprise. "No, it's not him, it's a stranger, he seems to be a human." The Vicious Shark King shook his head. "A human? Then what are you in a daze for? Go and catch him, I haven't eaten a human yet." The Vicious Shark King opened his sharp mouth and revealed a strange expression. But, we can't stop him, all the experts were killed by him in one blow, even General Xianxia who has the strength of 5 dragons. The Vicious Shark King didn't continue because the General Xianxia he was talking about was the Vicious Shark King's #1 general. What? The Vicious Shark King opened his eyes wide in disbelief. His #1 general, Xianxia, actually died? Immediately, he dashed out of the area. The human who killed his way into Vicious Shark City was naturally Yi Xian. At this time, he was killing the vicious sharks without any scruples. None of the people who were targeted by him could survive, even if they had the strength of 5 dragons. TSK, that General Xianxia is quite rich. If I can kill the Vicious Shark King, I will definitely be able to break through and reach the strength of 7 dragons. Yi Xian thought in his heart and began to look for the vicious sharks. There were many shark soldiers in Vicious Shark City, but apart from their corpses and holy beast souls, there weren't many things in their space rings. Chapter 346. One-eyed giant python. Of course, if those shark soldiers didn't have eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't mind killing them. After all, many a little makes a mickle. It had to be said that there were many experts in this shark city. Since he entered, he had already killed more than 100 experts with the strength of 3 dragons, more than a dozen with the strength of 4 dragons, and even one with the strength of 5 dragons. "Shark King, come out for me!" Yi Xian suddenly shouted. He had just shouted casually, but he didn't expect that someone would really respond. "Bastard, hand over your life." When the voice arrived, the person also arrived. Yi Xian's expression froze as he discovered a huge shadow blocking his path. "Shark King? What fast speed?" Yi Xian was shocked. He had 6 dragon strength and a 20% movement speed bonus, but he felt that he couldn't compare to this Shark King. There was something fishy about this. "Boy, who are you?" After the Shark King rushed over, it didn't attack, but looked at Yi Xian with a condescending expression. "You are the Shark King?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The evil Shark King held a huge trident in his hand as he stood in front of Yi Xian like a sculpture. His eyes, which were even larger than a human head, stared at Yi Xian as he replied in a deep voice, "That's right. I want to go to the Blood Rock continent. Why are you blocking my way?" Yi Xian asked in return. "Blood Rock continent?" The Shark King was shocked for a moment before it knocked the trident in its hand on the ground and coldly shouted, "Is this the reason you invaded my shark city?" "Not all of them. I heard that there's also a holy beast Cyclops python with the strength of 7 dragons here. I'm here to take its holy beast soul." Yi Xian looked at the evil Shark King that was 10 meters away. "Senior One-Eyed is the guardian beast of the Vicious Shark King. With just you, I'm afraid you won't even be able to break through its scales, yet you dare to threaten to kill Senior One-Eyed?" The Vicious Shark King's eyes flashed. "Whether I can kill it or not is my business. You just need to tell me where it is." Yi Xian sneered. If the Vicious Shark King had told him where the Cyclops python was, it would have saved him a lot of time. Hearing this, the Vicious Shark King held the trident with both hands and attacked directly. "After I kill you, I will send your corpse to Senior One-Eyed." A great battle was about to break out. Both the man and the shark had the strength of 6 dragons. The battle between the two was definitely not something the surrounding shark soldiers and shark generals could interfere with. Bang! 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 Two figures were moving quickly in Shark City. As soon as they started fighting, Yi Xian felt a sense of pressure. That was because this vicious Shark King was even faster than him. Human, your methods are brilliant, but I'm practicing the Sea Tribe's Heaven-class movement technique. Can you keep up with me? The Shark King's laughter fell into Yi Xian's ears. Heaven-class movement technique? After hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. Now, it was impossible to exchange for heaven-class martial arts in the devouring system. He didn't expect to find one here. Although the vicious Shark King emphasized the Sea Tribe's heaven-class martial arts, Yi Xian had the devouring system. Maybe he could learn it too. The two sides fought for 10 rounds. Although Yi Xian's speed couldn't catch up to the vicious Shark King, the vicious Shark King couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, who used the 8 desolate wind-killing formation. The two sides were in a deadlock. Who is this human? Isn't the sky-water continent connected to the entrance of the deep-sea underground palace? How can there be such a powerful human? General Shark Dove couldn't even block one move and his head was directly pierced. This human is so strong, even the king can't do anything to him. Do we need to ask Senior One-Eyed? Isn't Senior One-Eyed in seclusion? The surrounding shark soldiers and shark generals were discussing in low voices. At this time, the scene suddenly changed. When the shark soldiers and shark generals saw the head on the floor, they were stunned. Isn't this the head of the vicious Shark King? At this time, Yi Xian walked to the corpse with the 8 desolate greatsword in his hand and put it away. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you have a heaven-class movement technique? Yi Xian said in his heart. Although he only had the strength of 6 dragons, after using Beast King's rampage, it instantly soared to 8 dragons. 8 dragon strength, instantly killing 6 dragon strength. This was inevitable. Let me see how much wealth this vicious Shark King has. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the interspatial ring. The next moment, he was shocked to find that the things in the interspatial ring were at least 10 times more than what General Shark Dove had. Ding! The host has broken through to 7 dragons. Ding! The host has broken through to 8 dragons. 2 system notifications sounded in his mind. Yi Xian grinned. Now, even without using Beast King's rampage, he had already reached 8 dragons. At this time, he still had the effect of Beast King's rampage. In other words, his current strength had reached 10 dragons. Sea Race's Roaming Dragon Dash, a heaven-class movement technique. Let me try it out. Ding! The host does not have a top-notch deep-sea bloodline. Unable to learn. Yi Xian was helpless. Sure enough, there was a limit. The Beast King bloodline in his body was a physique bloodline. Therefore, he was temporarily unable to fuse with top-notch physique bloodlines, such as the deep-sea flood dragon bloodline. Moreover, the heaven-class bloodline had a limit. It could only be used in water. Although Song Suijing and Song Caijue could breathe in the deep-sea palace, it was still considered the bottom of the sea. Forget it, I'll give it to the Sea Dragon clan later. Yi Xian put away the Roaming Dragon Dash and turned his head to look. He found that the shark soldiers and shark generals were frantically fleeing. Xiao! He quickly rushed out and caught a shark general with 4 dragon strength. He coldly asked, "Where's the one-eyed python?" When the shark general saw the huge wyvern that flew out from Yi Xian's body, his heart turned cold. A huge wyvern represented 10 dragon strength. How could a human with 10 dragon strength appear in the deep-sea palace? He was scared half to death. He pointed in a direction and said, "Senior One-Eyed is in that direction." He thought that if he revealed the whereabouts of the one-eyed python, Yi Xian would spare his life. However, he was disappointed. Swish! A cold light flashed and his head fell to the ground. Yi Xian put away the corpse and quickly rushed in that direction. Now that he had used Beast King's rampage, he needed a large amount of Saint Beast corpses every time he used it. Therefore, he had to use it sparingly. While the effect was still active, he killed the one-eyed python. Although the one-eyed python only had 7 dragon strength, it was still not enough. Yi Xian advanced in the direction that the shark general pointed. After a while, he found a huge one-eyed python. Chapter 347. One-eyed serpent, who cares what happened to you? Die. Yi Xian immediately unleashed the 8 barren wind-killing formation and stabbed forward. Pooh! But unexpectedly, the 8 sharp blades easily pierced into the Cyclops giant python's mouth. Its defense was not as strong as Yi Xian had imagined. Yi Xian sensed that something was amiss and withdrew his 8 blades. There was something else in the Cyclops python's body. Suddenly, the Beast King bloodline in his body began to boil. He felt that there was something terrifying in the body of this Cyclops python. Of course, this terrifying thing was not enough to make him feel fear. No matter what you are, die. Yi Xian sensed that the duration of Beast King's rampage was about to end, so he immediately took out his 8 Desolation Greatsword. Beast King Rampage could increase one's strength by 30%, but it would not increase the strength of one's Shinchi. As for the offensive strength of the 8 Desolate Wind Formation, it was affected by the true Qi. Therefore, Yi Xian's strongest attack was still strength. He quickly approached the Cyclops python and slashed down with his sword. Clang! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the back of the one-eyed giant python, and a claw reached out and grabbed the Great Desolation Sword. Claws? Yi Xian was shocked. How could a Cyclops python have claws? Could it be, just as he was surprised, a unique creature crawled out of the one-eyed giant python's body? Flood Dragon. It was actually a flood dragon. Furthermore, it was a one-eyed flood dragon. So that's how it is. Did the Cyclops python transform into a dragon? What I pierced just now was only its skin. Yi Xian instantly understood. He thought that the Cyclops giant python might have mutated because it had swallowed the heavenly whale dragon's tail. In that case, everything made sense. However, the strength of this one-eyed serpent dragon had most likely broken through to the strength of 10 dragons. Transforming once, from 7 dragons to 10 dragons of strength, this was a very rare thing. So what if you have the strength of 10 dragons? I will kill you all the same. Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation Heavenquake sword, but the impact couldn't do anything to the one-eyed serpent dragon. Now that I have the strength of 10 dragons, I can't rely on true Qi, and the same goes for the 8 Desolation Heaven Shaking sword. Therefore, we can only use the Bahuang sword to fight. The toughness of the Bahuang sword had already exceeded Yi Xian's understanding. If he wanted to break through the one-eyed flood dragon's defense, he could only rely on the Bahuang sword. In an instant, Yi Xian shot forward. At the same time, the one-eyed flood dragon drilled out of the one-eyed python's skin. Both sides had the power of 10 dragons. They were the strongest creatures in the deep sea palace. Fortunately, Yi Xian was faster than the one-eyed flood dragon. The Cyclops python relies on devouring. After it transforms into a flood dragon, it gains 4 more claws. Since that's the case, I'll cripple your 4 claws first. Yi Xian rushed under the one-eyed flood dragon and stabbed his sword into its claws. His full-strength attack could only barely break through the one-eyed flood dragon's defense. If his strength was reduced by 2 dragons, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through. The Beast King's rampage won't last long. We need to finish it quickly. Yi Xian mustered up his strength and sent the Bahuang sword into the one-eyed flood dragon's claws. However, the one-eyed flood dragon's claws were longer than the Bahuang sword. This attack was not enough to kill the one-eyed flood dragon. I don't care so much. I'll break one of your claws first. Yi Xian swung the Bahuang sword with all his strength and cut a big hole in the dragon's claws. Dragon blood flowed out. At this time, the one-eyed flood dragon raised its claws and tried to grab Yi Xian. Xiao! Yi Xian quickly dodged. However, at this moment, a unique notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! The Bahuang sword has started to absorb the wyvern's blood. Current progress is 3%. What? Yi Xian was shocked for a moment. This was the first time the system mentioned the Bahuang sword. That was secondary. The main thing was, what did the wyvern sword mean? Yi Xian looked down and found that the dragon blood on the Bahuang sword was quickly drying up and being absorbed by the Bahuang sword. Ding! The Bahuang sword's current dragon blood concentration is 5%. After hearing the second notification, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. The Bahuang dragon slaying sword. If I want to learn the second stage of the Bahuang sword, shouldn't I soak the Bahuang sword in the wyvern's blood? Yi Xian was shocked. The sacred beast in front of him with the strength of 10 dragons was just a flood dragon. In the next moment, he understood. The one-eyed giant python swallowed the heavenly whale flood dragon's tail and mutated. Could it be that the heavenly whale flood dragon has the wyvern's blood? When Yi Xian thought about it this way, it made sense. Whatever, since the one-eyed flood dragon's blood can activate the Bahuang sword, let's do it. In an instant, a surge of power surged out of Yi Xian's body and directly pierced the Bahuang sword into the one-eyed flood dragon's claw. This time, he directly let go and left the Bahuang sword in the flood dragon's body. The Bahuang sword was not in his hand and the system did not prompt, but Yi Xian knew that the Bahuang sword was absorbing the one-eyed flood dragon's blood. The one-eyed flood dragon felt that something was wrong and swept its claw, trying to pull the Bahuang sword out. You want to pull the sword out? Have you asked me? Yi Xian quickly rushed over and threw a punch. The strength of 10 dragons poured out. Don't forget, he had the Beast King blood in his body, and the one-eyed flood dragon was a beast, so its attack was enhanced. This punch was almost equivalent to the strength of 11 dragons. Bang! The one-eyed flood dragon's claw was knocked away. It was in disbelief and swept its claw again, but it was still knocked away by Yi Xian's punch. The Bahuang sword was constantly devouring its blood, but this blood was nothing to it. So, it simply ignored it and raised its claw to attack wildly. Bang! 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 Yi Xian and the one-eyed flood dragon exchanged blows. At this time, his expression was not very good, because the Beast King's rampage was about to end. This is the second time I've used Beast King's rampage. This time, it consumed 101 dragon sacred beast corpses. Next time, it might be 1,000. I won't use it if I can. This was Yi Xian's thought. If he used the third Beast King's rampage, he would definitely be able to kill the one-eyed flood dragon. He hurriedly rushed over and placed his hand on the Bahuang sword. Ding! The Bahuang sword's current dragon blood concentration is 85%. It was almost time. Bang! Bang! Yi Xian and the one-eyed flood dragon exchanged 2 blows, and immediately, the Bahuang sword on the dragon's claw began to tremble violently. Boom! An earth-shattering dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire Shark City. It's done. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he instantly pulled out the Bahuang sword, and then recorded the Bahuang dragon-slaying sword in the devouring system to learn it. If you want to use the Bahuang dragon-slaying sword, you have to meet 2 conditions. 1. Soak in the wyvern blood. 2. Learn the Bahuang dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 348. Dragon-slaying sword of desolation. Ding! Host has learned the dragon-slaying sword technique. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Come out, dragon-slaying sword of 8 desolation. Yi Xian circulated all the Zhen Qi in his body and condensed a dragon-slaying greatsword that was 1 size smaller than Bahuang greatsword. It was only 3 meters long. He held the sword in his hand and gently cut the dragon claw of the one-eyed flood dragon. Along with a sizzling sound, the entire dragon claw was cut off with ease. So sharp. This scene seemed familiar to Yi Xian. It was when he dealt with the giant lava tortoise in the Great Tang Dynasty. There was no stuttering at all. The incision was smooth, as if he was cutting tofu. F***ck, my Zhen Qi is quickly depleting. Yi Xian hurriedly took out a few pills and swallowed them to recover his Zhen Qi. At this time, one of the one-eyed flood dragon's front claws was cut off, and its whole body lost its balance and fell down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly made his way to the one-eyed flood dragon's head. Dragon-slaying sword of 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. With a draconic roar, Yi Xian viciously shattered the Dragonslayer's sword and unleashed a gigantic white slash. This strike was the quintessence of the second stage of the 8 desolation sword technique, the dragon-slaying strike of 8 desolation. According to the description on that parchment, this dragon-slaying sword was extremely powerful, and it had a damage amplification effect on dragons. This slash was extremely fast, even faster than Yi Xian could react. He only felt a flash of white light enter the one-eyed flood dragon's neck, then swept into the distance, finally disappearing into the horizon. At this time, the head of the one-eyed flood dragon that had fallen to the ground suddenly separated from its body. Beheading. The power of this attack had greatly exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. The dragon-slaying sword of 8 desolation dealt bonus damage to dragons, and the Beast King bloodline also dealt bonus damage to beasts. With the two of them stacked together, slicing off the head of a one-horned Wyrm with the strength of 10 dragons was not an issue. How terrifying! It actually consumes half of the Zhenqi in my body to use it. The more Zhenqi I have, the more powerful it is. Yi Xian thought to himself. Even the one-horned flood dragon with the strength of 10 dragons was instantly killed. If the shark soldiers and shark generals were here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. But at this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a very important problem. The one-eyed giant python had suddenly transformed into a one-horned flood dragon. Did that mean that its snake gallbladder still existed? At the thought of this, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and absorbed the dragon's head and corpse into his devouring space. Then, he dismembered the one-eyed flood dragon in the devouring space. Fortunately, the one-eyed flood dragon had not completely transformed, so the snake gall was still there. If Yi Xian had been a step slower, it would have completely transformed into a cyclops flood dragon. At that time, the snake gall would have disappeared. TSK, a holy beast corpse and holy beast soul with the strength of 10 dragons. Yi Xian grinned and swallowed the 2 items. Ding, the host has broken through to the strength of 9 dragons. The strength of 9 dragons, 1 more dragon, and I will break through to the strength of 10 dragons. Yi Xian thought to himself. Next, he would wander around the entire shark city, killing the shark soldiers and shark generals who had not yet escaped. Now, the shark city was an empty city. The shark king was dead, and even the one-eyed giant python was dead. Then, Yi Xian rushed back to the dragon palace. When he came, he had the strength of 6 dragons, but now, he had the strength of 9 dragons, which increased his speed by more than half. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the dragon palace. However, he felt that the atmosphere in the dragon palace was a bit strange. He shouted for a while under the city wall, but no one came to open the door. Something happened. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He directly went forward and punched the city gate. The strength of 9 dragons poured out and instantly blasted a big hole in the city gate. Less than an hour after he left, something happened in the dragon palace. Then, the reason must be within the Sea Dragon clan. Just then, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals passed by. Yi Xian hurriedly went to catch the captain and asked, what happened? Although the captain didn't recognize Yi Xian's appearance, he heard that there were a few human guests in the dragon palace. He immediately replied, General Lei and Commander Lei betrayed us and even captured the princess and the prince. What? Yi Xian was stunned and asked again, where are they? In the dragon palace. The dragon palace was the place where the dragon king lived. Yi Xian immediately rushed to the dragon palace. At this time, in front of the dragon palace, there were countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals gathered. On the stairs of the dragon king palace, there were a few 6-armed sea demons, including Commander Wu. These 6-armed sea monsters were all commander-level experts with the strength of 3 dragons. Among them, there was a particularly tall 6-armed sea monster. He was the Sea Dragon clan's General Lei. Not only that, on the other side of the stairs, there were some Naga sea monsters. These Naga sea monsters were controlling several people. If Yi Xian was present, he would definitely be furious. This was because Song Suijing and Song Caijue were among them, as well as Yu Man and the other members of the Sea Dragon clan's royal family. Ha ha ha, Yue, what happened to you? A loud laughter resounded. In the middle of the open space, there were two figures fighting. One of them was Yue, and the other was the six-armed sea monster General Lei. Yue, I have already broken through to the strength of 4 dragons. Do you really think that you are the number 1 genius? Change back to your original form. Otherwise, you will die under my blade. There were 4 flying dragons circling Commander Lei's body. Yue also had the strength of 4 dragons, but this General Lei was too heaven-defying. He actually grew 6 arms, and Yue was unable to fight back. Ha ha ha, Yue, where is the dragon pearl? Tell me and I will let them go. General Lei shouted from above. I don't know where the dragon pearl is. Yue clenched his teeth and replied. Since that's the case, I will start killing your relatives one by one. General Lei's eyes flashed with killing intent. He ordered his men to grab a member of the Sea Dragon clan and raised the butcher knife in his hand. No, I really don't know. Yue anxiously roared from below. Whether you know or not, he will die. General Lei laughed and prepared to kill Yue's cousin. However, at this moment. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a girl's voice resounded from the side. General Lei turned his head and found that the one who spoke was the Sea Dragon clan's princess, Yu Man. He frowned and asked, Your brother doesn't know, do you know? Yes, I know where the dragon pearl is. Yu Man solemnly nodded. Oh. Tell me about it. General Lei was interested. He originally thought that Yu Man didn't know anything. After all, she hadn't even reached the strength realm. But now, he saw that Yu Man seemed to know something. Chapter 349. Betrayal, inside your body? General Lei was shocked. Yes, inside my body. Yu Man nodded. My father said that when I was born, my body was extremely weak and I could die at any time. So my father gave me the dragon pearl. All these years, I have been refining the dragon pearl. Just a while ago, I finally merged with the dragon pearl. What? Merged into one? General Lei was shocked again. Yes, merged into one. As long as I break through to the physical strength realm, I can start refining the dragon pearl. Yu Man said. The ancestors of the Sea Dragon clan had the strength of 9 dragons. If she could completely refine the dragon pearl, she would have the strength of 9 dragons. After General Lei heard this, he quickly rushed over and grabbed Yu Man's white neck, lifting her up. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Hand over the dragon pearl and I will spare your life. General Lei shouted coldly. The dragon pearl has merged with me. I can't take it out. Yu Man said with difficulty. General Lei was silent. He felt that what Yu Man said was true. If the dragon pearl really merged with Yu Man, it would be useless if it was forcefully taken out. However, if he didn't take it out, what use would Yu Man be to him? Is there any way to take it out? General Lei continued to ask. Yu Man glanced at Yue and the others and nodded. As long as I break through to the physical strength realm, I can sacrifice myself to condense the dragon pearl. Breakthrough? If Yu Man broke through, she would have the strength of 9 dragons. It would be easy for her to kill them. General Lei wasn't stupid. But in the next moment, he thought of something. As long as he controlled Yue and the others, Yu Man would have no choice but to obey. However, he didn't understand. If the Dragon King chose to give up on the Dragon Pearl and Yu Man, and attacked with the Sky Whale Flood Dragon, then they would be dead. Damn it, I didn't expect the Dragon Pearl to merge with this girl. General Lei gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before he made a decision. Kill them all. General Lei shouted angrily. What? Everyone widened their eyes. It seemed that General Lei was planning to give up on the Dragon Pearl. Those Naga sirens and 6-armed sirens were all General Lei's men. After hearing General Lei's instructions, Yi Xian mercilessly dropped the butcher's knife. Song Suijing, who had been caught, was already in despair. She thought of Yi Xian in her heart. She regretted that her strength was so weak that she could not help at all. However, just as General Lei's voice fell, a figure rushed out. With a few cold flashes, the heads of the rebel soldiers all fell to the ground, including General Lei. What? Commander Lei was stunned. By the time he reacted, General Lei and the others had all become corpses. General Lei was the father of General Lei, Lei Ming, and had the strength of 5 dragons. However, he had been instantly killed by someone of such a realm. Only an expert with the strength of 6 dragons could do that. However, the person who had killed General Lei far surpassed the power of 6 dragons, reaching the power of 9 dragons. Yi Xian. When the captive saw the figure on the stairs, Song Suijing couldn't help but shout out. From the moment General Lei betrayed them to the moment they were captured, she hadn't said a single word, because she was useless as a peak heavenly core warrior. The same went for Adjudicator Song. Just now, they had realized how weak they were. It's all right now. Yi Xian smiled. The 8 desolate sword instantly broke into pieces. Then he flew 1,000 meters away and killed General Lei. Now, all the rebel soldiers had been killed. He was glad that he had returned in time. If not, they would have been in great danger. After seeing Yi Xian, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Killing a group of 5 dragons and a dozen 3 or 4 dragons in the blink of an eye, only Yi Xian could do that. Yi Xian hastily rushed over to Song Suijing and checked her condition. After that, he asked with a loud voice, "Are you all right?" "We're fine." Yu Yi shook his head and walked over. He didn't expect that after Yi Xian left, General Lei would suddenly appear and capture all the members of the Sea Dragon clan as hostages. That's good. Yi Xian nodded his head. He glanced at Song Suijing, then he said with a smile, "The vicious shark clan has been destroyed, and the Cyclops serpent has been killed by me. I've also retrieved the snake gall, you don't have to worry." What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Things were really full of twists and turns. General Lei had just died, and now Yi Xian was telling them such a shocking news. The evil shark clan was annihilated. This was great news. General Lei's betrayal was just a small interlude. All their corpses were retrieved by Yi Xian, then he devoured them. Half a day later, the Dragon King returned. When he heard the news of the vicious shark clan's destruction, he was also shocked. When Yi Xian took out the Cyclops serpent's snake gall and the heaven-level martial arts, the Dragon King almost cried. This time, Yi Xian didn't intend to ask for anything from them. After all, the benefits of low-level Saint Beast's corpses were too little for him. Even if he had the Beast King bloodline's 10% devouring benefits, it wasn't as good as going out to kill a stronger Saint Beast. In the following days, Yi Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace because Song Suijing and Song Jeju were about to break through. Not only them, but the Sea Dragon Princess, Yuman, was also trying to break through. 7 days later, Yuman successfully condensed her soul and obtained the strength of 1 dragon. After breaking through, the dragon pearl in her body was directly refined, allowing her to break through to the strength of 3 dragons. For her to be able to break through so quickly, other than the stimulation from before, Yi Xian also contributed greatly. Without the 5 dragon soul of the holy beast that Yi Xian brought, she'd probably need a few more days to break through. Although she had the strength of 3 dragons, the dragon pearl contained the strength of 9 dragons. Therefore, she still had a long way to go. However, on the 3rd day after Yuman's breakthrough, Song Suijing and Song Jeju had also reached a critical juncture. At this time, in a palace of the Dragon Palace, Yi Xian sat cross-legged behind Song Suijing and Song Jeju. He placed his hands on their backs and helped them refine the Saint Beast soul. With a dragon roar, a dragon condensed around Song Suijing and Song Jeju. 1 dragon's strength. Vigor realm. Phew, I finally broke through to the vigor realm. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. Since the last time they entered the state of ice and fire, the 2 siblings hadn't succeeded. Therefore, their cultivation speed had slowed down. After breaking through, the two siblings looked at each other and seemed to have made a decision in their hearts. Breakthrough, we can continue on our journey.